first boat out. This is in the modified class. Jolly Roger's boat. TJ Burrows is the driver. Keith Brownsborough, or Berger, is the navigator. First run of the day. So following the rotation, they'll come down, take the right, and go to the center. Is a good example of what a DNF can look like. So he comes out and puts it in right by the beer garden. Beer garden is a great place to watch. Lots of wrecks happen there. It's going to take a second for them to push the boat back out. So you noticed his engine kind of sputtered and cut out. And remember, I was telling you, all the water going through that pump is where the steering's at. Lost the steering and out he goes. I want to thank ILF Media out here today. ILF Media, they're doing the live stream broadcast today, which you can check out on the Webb Slough YouTube and Facebook page. Also, you notice that they're surrounded by a number of individuals. Those are our safety crew members. Most of our safety crew members are first responders of one sort or another. Everything from EMTs, firefighters, police officers. That's why they're out there. And so we're going to get our first tow of the day coming out. So first run, first DNF did not finish. That would be TJ Burrows and Keith Brownsberger, the navigator. So on the back of your program, you would put a DNF under the Q1 for them. Also today, like I said, ILF Media doing all of the video streaming and the like. They have an award-winning team and they do great video production. One of the things that they do is after the race is done, the entire race will be posted on the Webb Slough Facebook page and also on YouTube. So if you want to go back and watch and show your friends, hey, check out what happened. There was a dude that wrecked. You can do that. Also, we have a lot of sponsors out here we want to thank. In particular, thanks to Davenport and Odessa Napa. The Wheatland Parts Group with stores in Davenport and Odessa for all of your home and automotive needs, heavy-duty truck and hardware. They have a trailer out here, which is kind of cool. If you want to stop by and there's some things you want, they have a great selection of Milwaukee tools. You can get those. One of the things that happens out here is, as you might figure after a wreck like you just saw, things break, parts break. There's things that the drivers need. So Napa decided that they would come out here and set up essentially a traveling parts booth where if the drivers need to get parts, who knows what it is, wiring harnesses, you name it, they will be able to do that. And so we want to thank Napa for being out here. Also, a big thank you to Garco Construction, your partner for building excellence since 1978. They're delighted to be a sponsor of the Sprint Boat Races here at Webb Slough. Enjoy the journey with Garco. Also, we want to thank Odom for supplying the brew over there in the beer garden. Beer garden, are you guys doing okay over there? Okay. As the day progresses, the yelling gets louder and slurred. By the way, if you are going to be enjoying adult beverages today, keep in mind that not only the Whitman County Sheriff's Office, but also the Washington State Police are going to be out on the roadways. So if you are going to be enjoying your adult beverages, make sure that you have a designated driver to get you home safely if you're not staying at the track tonight. And we just want to make sure everybody gets home safe and sound and you don't get an unwanted visit by one of our fine law enforcement officers that you'll find on the highways and byways. So taking a little bit to get them off. Of course, got the Jeep over there with the trailer on it. They're going to try to get them out. So one of the things that the safety crew also have to do is be in shape because, as you can tell, they're pushing that boat around. I think this is the first time since we've been here at Webb Slough that on the very first run we've actually needed to have a tow trailer pull the boat off the track. So congratulations on a first for TJ Burrows. If you're going to wreck, at least do something that is somewhat historic. Be remembered in your ignominy. That's also kind of a good reminder. If you had kids with you, I hope they have a great time. Just make sure that if you do have kids, try to keep them away from the fence line. Also, if you're one of those folks that have pit passes, a couple of rules down there. No pets. Number two, if you've got your kids and you're going down to the pits, make sure you keep an eye on them. There's a lot of activity, a lot of movement that's going on down there, so make sure you keep an eye on them and keep them out of the way. And, of course, no smoking down in the pits. Also, if you're one of those folks that has a drone and you thought, man, I'm going to film this from the air, don't do that. No drones, please. Part of that, a big part of that is for insurance reasons, so if you've got a drone, please don't be flying it during the course of the races today. One of the other rules is have a great time. Our next race is going to be here on August 24th. And by the way, this is a tradition that we always do this on the Father's Day weekend, so give it up for all the dads out there. Thank you for spending part of your Father's Day weekend with us here at the Slough. Mucho appreciated. Now, if you're watching the sprint boat races and you say to yourself, I'd like to do this, and you have a significant other that is wandering off, what you need to do is wander down to Vendor Row because there is a sprint boat that is set up down there that is for sale. You can take a look at it. It's right down there on Vendor Row by where all the racers' booths are at. And good idea if you want to kind of help support the racers is to head on down there and pick yourself up a T-shirt. They've got T-shirts and hats and hoodies and all sorts of stuff down there where you can support the racers and walk away with some cool swag. Slippery Pickle Racing. They have a booth down there. You can become an honorary member of the Pickle Posse. Also, Overkill Swag is down there. Juggernaut Racing. Guano Loco. You can get yourself some bat-ass gear at the Guano Loco booth. Lots of great yellow swag from boats 21 and 199. Webb Slough also has their Slough store right there by the main gate. You may have come through there earlier yesterday or today to pick up your tickets. Plenty of T-shirts, tanks, hats, hooded sweatshirts, mugs, roasted coffee. They have ice if you need ice, and they'll get you set up. All right, so 2:08, off the track. Get the boat started again. Our next boat out is going to be boat 03. That is full tilt. Selden Glebe is the driver. Savannah Patton is his navigator. The navigator, so that's also known as the silly seat. What does the navigator do? So you got the guy that's got the steering wheel, oddly enough called the driver. The navigator does a number of different things. One of them is that they will give hand signals. So the driver, if they get kind of turned around on the track, as the navigators give them hand signals, they know where they're supposed to go, where they're supposed to make the turn, where they're supposed to go straight. Second thing that the navigator does is watches all the dials and gauges. They're watching oil pressure, they're watching the heat, they're watching a variety of things. If the boat comes out of the water, a lot of times it will be up to the navigator to hit the kill switch. And the most important thing that the navigator does is they provide ballast so that the boat, as it's going around, remains balanced. So a number of things there. A lot of times, some of the drivers, they know that what the track is, and they don't like the hand signals, and so the navigator is in there basically watching the dials, gauges, hitting the kill switch, providing the ballast and the like. You'll also notice that these boats sometimes come out of the water, as we just saw. Sometimes they come out of the water and roll, hence the roll bars. Safety is a big issue when it comes to sprint boat racing. So not only do they have the roll bars, they also are wearing fire suits. They're wearing helmets. They have gloves on. Also, one of the things that they have in there, NASCAR-style straps for the seats. Some of them even wear Hans devices that support their heads and necks if they come out and do a really, really hard stop because they've wrecked. So there's a lot of things that go into that, and each evening prior to the race, and sometimes on the morning of, we do have a safety crew member that goes through each and every one of these boats with a fairly lengthy checklist to make sure that these boats are completely safe when they get out onto the water, so that there are no injuries, and if they're in violation of any of those number of items on that checklist, well, they don't get to race. So safety, a huge concern. Safety crew members are out there on the islands. We call them the island hoppers. If a boat comes out of the water like we just saw, they are the first responders that head over there real quickly. First thing they do is check to make sure the drivers are okay, and then it's a matter of, like we saw, getting the boat back into the water, getting it onto a trailer, etc. So safety, a huge concern here at Webb Slough. This is an APA-approved event. That's the American Powerboat Association. So a lot of different APBA rules that we, of course, enforce here at Webb Slough for the safety of the drivers, for the safety of their crew members, for the safety of folks that are out there watching, so that everything is just fun here at Webb Slough. Thought we were going to get racing back underway. We've got a bit of a pause. Boat 03 will be the next up. Want to thank the folks that are watching us online from places like Eugene, Oregon. We say hi to John Yagi this morning. Boat 03 coming out next. Also, if you get a chance, go down to the vendor row and see the Northwest Vixens. They're here with the latest off-road Vixen gear. You can check it out. Off-Road Vixens love being a part of the action here at Webb Slough. Also, drop by and see the Ruck for the Fallen. It's a group that are here from the eastern Washington area, and they provide support for our wounded vets, making sure that there's plenty of activities for them and just giving them overall support. That, of course, a big part of racing here at Webb Slough, and the Webb Slough kind of ethos is support for our vets. So we have a number of different officials that are out here. We have a couple of people that are watching to make sure that each and every one of these boats follows the proper track. There are spotters. We have as well 3 timekeepers. And boat 03, full tilt on the water. Selden Glebe, Savannah Patton. Savannah, new navigator, 16 years old. Okay, so that was a definite DNF, did not finish, a number of wrong turns there for Selden Glebe. So that rotation that's on there, the drivers and the navigators are given that rotation at 4 o'clock in the afternoon on Friday. And they have to memorize that particular rotation starting Friday at 4. Rotations differ every single race, so it's never the same path out here. So they have to memorize that, and it can be difficult. Boat 154A, Purcell Racing, Jeff Purcell and James Goldberg. Jeff started Purcell Racing. James Goldberg is his nephew. We'll see this boat out here again with James in the driver's seat. Hung it wide on the corner, and he's stuck. So one of the things that's entertaining to watch is how these drivers set these particular boats up going into the corners. So you'll notice that a number of these drivers kind of have a different style as the way that they go into the corners, when they're accelerating in the corners, when they decelerate coming out of the corners. There's a variety of different things that the drivers are going to do. Okay, we've got a couple of vehicles that are down in the pits that need to be moved. We have a blue BMW. License plate is an Oregon plate, starts with GJA. And we also have a champagne-colored Ford pickup. You need to move those particular vehicles. So a couple of early out-of-the-water experiences. Jeff Purcell driving 154A. They get a DNF on that particular run. That boat, even though we weren't really seeing it, is pretty quick. In our last race of the season in August of 2023, James in the driver's seat actually took first in the modifieds, racing that particular boat. We'll see it come out here a little bit later on in this first qualifying run in the modifieds. Boat 55 up next. That's Checkmate. Frank Toftmark and Kelly Toftmark. Husband and wife team out of Castle Rock, Washington. It's a 358 cubic inch Chevy. They're sponsored by John Marshall Machine Shop Services, who also offer their troubleshooting skills and thrashing skills when needed. Going back to 2004, Frank was a Rookie of the Year, placed second overall in the modified class 3 years in a row, and finished third overall in the 400 class back in 07 and 08. And they took about a 14-year layoff from sprint boat racing. So it looks like they're getting the slow walk out and onto the trailer. Okay, we do have a lost dog in the Belly of the Beast camping area. Some folks have found it, and they are currently looking at your dog, a little red dog, dark blue collar. Aw, somebody sent me a picture. He's cute. So if you're over there in the Belly of the Beast area camping and you have a dog, it looks like I don't know, looks like kind of a Heinz. It's got longer hair, reddish with looks like some brown spots. Your dog is wandering around and would love to see Mom and Dad. Come see me. All right, boat 55, Checkmate. Frank and Kelly Toftmark. So let's see if they keep it in the water and we actually get a clean run. Take a shot around the top. And it is a clean run. 45:08 and officially. So official time of 45.08. We've got our first clean run of the day. So this year, also down to the thousandths of a second on our times. 45.081. When we get into the 400 class, one of the things about the 400 class, because it is so heavily regulated as far as what you can and cannot do with the engines, you know, we'll have races that will be decided by hundredths of a second. It's very common. So we've broken it down into the thousandths of a second this year with the new timing system. Again, boat 55, checkmate, with a time of 45.081 with Monkey Business, Mark Toombs and Amy Hensley. Mark has been racing for about 5 years. Former aerospace engineer. Doing work for the space program. One of the things that you'll find is that a lot of times on the first couple of qualifying runs, the drivers will kind of take it easy going through just to get kind of an idea of the lay of the land and the track and the particular rotation to try and figure out what their lines need to be, where they can pick up speed, how they can cut corners. Like I said earlier, this is a fairly simple rotation. A lot of times on the more technical aspects of it, they'll be setting up their corners and a DNF. So they'll be setting up their corners potentially 2 or even 3 corners in advance. So a DNF for boat 50, Monkey Business, Mark Toombs and Amy Hensley. So they'll be setting up their corners in advance. Maybe come in tight on a setup corner, and then the next corner they'll come in a little bit wider. A lot of it depending on the way that the boat handles. You know, each of these boats are set up in kind of a different way. Different angles of attack on the jets. Also where the engine is placed, whether it's closer to the back of the boat, closer to the front, where the seats are set up. They also have runners on the bottoms of the boats to try and keep them, give them more stability. So some of them drift more. Others you're going to see out here look like they're literally on a rail. Absolutely no rear end drift. Another thing, when they come up around the top island up there, the steering's in the back of the boat, so you'll notice that some of those drivers, particularly on that top island and some of the sharper corners, it almost looks like they're putting the bow of that boat almost on the tip of those islands. You kind of watch the way that they make the way through and the way that they steer and the way they attack it. Ladies and gentlemen, the first appearance of Tugboat Timmy. Give it up for Tugboat Timmy. So they're hooked up to the tugboat, and Tugboat Timmy takes them out. Tugboat Timmy doing the heavy lifting. And remember, Tugboat Timmy says, "Don't wreck." Racing out here today also brought to you by M&M Harrison Electric. We want to thank them for making our vendor row power upgrade project possible here at Webb Slough, Sam & M Harrison Electric, where they're wired different. Also, a big thank you to Northwest Ford. Your local Ford dealer is a proud sponsor of Webb Slough. Drop by the Northwest Ford Street Team booth next to the front gate. Check out the new Bronco Raptor. 418 horsepower, 37-inch tires, locking differentials. This thing's got everything. Performance suspension, factory turned brakes, and a lot more. Also, take a look at the Ford F-150 Power Boost with 7.2 kilowatts of onboard power. Power for your RV, your job site, anything you can imagine. They've also got some pretty cool vintage Fords over there. They've got a Woody that I noticed they had parked over there. All brought to you by your local Ford dealer. Also, a big thank you to Paradise Creek Brewery, where they are supplying the Slough Brew. It's a pale ale. I had a chance to try one or two, well, I tried some. It's good. You can visit Paradise Creek Brewery, downtown restaurant, and Trailside Tap Room in Pullman, Washington. Our next boat out will be the Juggernaut. Jason and wife Samantha Christ, boat number 86. They're on the way. They've had quite a bit of success, plenty of times on the podium. He's got a nice setup on this boat. Just carves. Now watch how he approaches the top island. See how he almost puts the bow of that boat right there on the tip of the island? And looks good. Unofficially a time of 4:266. 4:2.668 for boat 86, the Juggernaut, driven by Jason Christ. Wife Samantha in the silly seat. So he lays down the best time so far of the day, which isn't too hard to do considering we've only had two boats that actually put down a time so far. Slippery Pickle on the way, boat 611. 611, Slippery Pickle, Jesse Denton. The driver, Terry Lamb, navigating. They are sponsored by Wishy Washy Laundromats of Boise and Homedale, Idaho. And also Tatted Tactical out of Burley. Terry is the owner of Tatted Tactical, also a volunteer firefighter and a part of search and rescue. Also certified for EMS. Jesse's the owner of Wishy Washy Laundromats. I love that. And this is boat 611. Kind of a squirrely part of the track right here. Nicely done. And And it's good. And he almost banks it in the spin-out pool. Unofficially, 46.97. And it is a clean run, 46.970 for the Slippery Pickle. Boat 611. For decisions, boat 145 on the way. They took second here in our last race of 2023. Jason Perkins, the driver. Kyle Bells, the navigator. Jason is out of Cheney, Washington. His navigator out of Spangle. Jason, a former motocross racer. And 145 off the trailer. You notice he's going in reverse there. They have this thing that they call a bucket that literally drops down in front of the jet, forcing the water out towards the front of the boat and gives them essentially reverse. Clean run. .794 for boat 145, poor decisions. Boat 71, by the way, if you're keeping track, they were not able to make it today, so they are scratched, which will take us back to boat 154. We saw boat 154, that was the third boat out. So we'll say, we call them A and B, and that means the boat is being tag teamed. So James, who was navigating the first go-around, is now driving. James taking first here in the last race in August of 2023 in the modified class. James will be driving boat 154. B, Margaret Purcell doing the navigating, part of Purcell Racing. Want to welcome some of our viewers from New Zealand watching on our live streamed event on YouTube and also Facebook under the handle of Webb Slough. James, pretty smooth run going here. Nicely done. Clean and about 44.94. Wait for the official time called out by our timekeeper. 44.942. 44.942 for boat 154B. Boat 509 on the way. Longtime racer Eric Petring, Karen Mesa, the navigator. Bad Idea, the name of the boat. Eric used to drive the Bad Idea boat, and when he was driving it, he had the nickname Airtime Eric, mainly because he crashed it so many times. A slow speed DNF. So DNF boat 509. And rounding it out for the class coming up, boat 666, Way She Goes, a part of Dark Horse Racing, Jeremy Souza and Jesse Law. Jeremy's best finish was here in August of 2023 with a 4th place. Out of the money, but a good showing for a guy that's only been racing for, as of last year, only a couple of years. So he gets the green flag, and he's off. And the 400 class boats will be making their way down to the start pool, move into the 400 class after Jesse concludes his run. And it's good. It is clean. .895 the time for boat 666, Way She Goes. 55.895. 400 class on the way. 412 cubic inches, very highly regulated. I mean, there's a lot of different things that you can do to an engine, but the 400 class in particular, a lot of restrictions. 400 class. Boat 27, Leighton Lilly, winning the 400 class back in August of last year. Leighton Lilly, Cody Holzer. Comparing it to the modified class, this boat's got some juice. And a clean run. And our fastest run of the day. At least so far. .138 for boat 27, preventing insanity. Leighton Lilly and Cody Holzer. Leighton coming across the border from Lewiston. Leighton used to be a motocross and supercross driver, rider. Boat 22, our first Canadian boat out. It is a Canuck from Castlegar. Phil Miller, navigator Sam Hughes. It is the 22 Punisher boat. Phil, for a long time, the boat to beat in the 400 class here in the U.S. This boat, like I said, you notice some of these boats, the way that they handle. This one is on a rail. That's a great run. It is good, and 38.99 first boat to bring it in under 40 seconds. .990 for boat 22, Punisher. Great run, Phil. Phil starting off a number of years ago in the modified class in not only a sprint boat, but he used to take it salmon fishing up in Canada. As he put it, he got to the best holes the fastest. River Rogers and Cole Keats, the team in pure insanity. Boat 285. River is 19. And a clean run. For 3,944, 43.944 for Pure Insanity 285. So kind of cool. River, one of those folks that had a chance to race down in New Zealand, and they have a different class down there that's called LS. It's kind of like a box motor stock class, and in 2023-24 he won the LS class down in New Zealand. New Zealand champion NZ1, racing in the LS class, box class. So hearty congratulations to him. We've had a number of racers from the U.S. race down there, but very rarely do you see an American win those races. They've got, the technology that they have really dialed in Australia and New Zealand, mainly because they've been doing it so long. That was where sprint boat racing came from. Some incredibly high-tech gear down under. Phil Miller's son up now, Jesse Miller. He's 29, racing in Fat Buddy number 9. Kalen Miller, the navigator. British Columbia. Compare this particular boat to his dad's, has a little more slide to it. This actually was his dad's boat at one point. Definitely putting in a solid run though, and it's good. And change, it looks like. We'll get the official time here in a moment for boat 09 Fat Buddy. So 41.004 Fat Buddy number 9. Like I said, this was his dad's original boat. And a little bit more of a backstory on that when Phil bought this particular boat, he was actually looking for a sprint boat. And it wasn't until a friend told him, "You realize that's a race boat, right?" Phil went, "Oh, it is? I just thought it was a cool looking boat." And so they decided at that point, well, maybe they'd try to race. They watched a few videos and decided to do it. On the way, boat 711 Hooligan. Used to see this boat out here in the unlimited or superboat class. It was known as the Screaming Eagle. Lee Rice was the former owner. Jesse Hart now in the driver's seat. Boat from Boise, Idaho. Like I said, was a super boat. New engine, modified, down to Bryce, the previous owner of this boat, raced into his 70s, which was so cool. And he gets it done. Unofficially, 48. 48.115 for boat 711 Hooligan. 48.115 with bank shot coming up. Daryl Healy, the driver. Michael Ostrom is navigator. Daryl's been around for a long time. He was one of the earliest, not the earliest, but one of the earliest sprint boat racers here in the U.S. when it finally came to the U.S. from New Zealand. He's got a Dodge-powered boat. It's from Caldwell, Idaho. His navigator from Duval, Washington. Clean. .525 for Daryl in boat number 12, bank shot. All right, part of our Jolly Rogers team coming up, boat 360. And he is on a 5-minute clock. Let's explain what that is. There are sometimes they have a hard time getting the boat started. They may have some technical issue they're working on. So they go on to what's called a 5-minute clock. They have 5 minutes to get whatever the problem is rectified and then get the boat on the water. All right, we're just finding out that that 5-minute clock is now a scratch, so he will not be coming out. Boat 360, a DNS did not start for this round, so they're going to pull it out, go down to the pits, and get their head under the hood and try to figure out what the problem is. That'll bring us to Loco, boat 21. Larry Steele, Chris Molderig. Larry had to take the better part of his season off because of back surgery. And back at it. This is his 5th year of racing. His daughter Sammy also has a boat, but she is not racing because, well, she's got a little kiddo that's going to be making an appearance in August. So congratulations going out to Sammy Steele. She's out here today working down in the Loco booth, the Guano Loco booth, over there in Bender Row. So her dad, Larry, warming up. Boat 21. They'll be followed by Brad Castle and Dakota Hembach in Nuckin Futz, boat 85. And that is my challenge for the day, to be able to say Nuckin Futz without transposing any letters. So the bright yellow Guano Loco boat. After this boat, 85. And then we get into the unlimited class here in the first qualifying rounds. And it's clean. Unofficially 49.45. .458. And Nuckin Futz batting cleanup in the 400s in this first qualifier, Brad Castle. Coming up, rookie driver. This is his first race. He's from Otis Orchards, Washington. Actually, Brad has been out here at Webb Slough for, well, since the very first race. But what he's been doing is was the driver of the recovery Jeep. You saw the Jeep come out of here with a trailer on our first run. That is what he has done since the very beginning here at Webb Slough. And decided that he kind of wanted to get into racing. So his very first race in boat 85 in the 400 class. Clean run. And 54.39 it looks like. So 54.395 officially for boat 85, Nuckin Futz. All right, so if you don't have a handicap placard on your vehicle, and you are parked in the handicap parking, if you could go down and move your vehicle, we're running out of room for folks that have those placards. Sometimes it's easy to miss, so if you think you are or you know you are, please go move your vehicle as we move in now to the unlimited class. Anything goes in this class with the exception of nitrous. No nitro, but methanol burners, turbocharged blowers, you name it. Electronic fuel ignition, injection, anything goes. This is Boat 99, a part of the TNT racing team. Tim Cummins and Jess Goldsolve. Tim from Sequim, Washington, over there on the Olympic Peninsula. He raced for a number of years, then took a number of years off. Racing mostly in the modified and the 400 class. And last year finally got his super boat up and running. So Tim Cummings, Jess Goldsolve, and TNT Racing. All right, it looks like that TNT Racing apparently on a 5-minute clock right now, which will take us to boat 69. Dennis Hughes and his daughter Samantha in boat 69, Overkill. Dennis has raced here for a number of years. Started off in the modifieds, continually, after a while, he was the boat to beat here. Moving into the super boats a few years ago, and once again became the boat to beat here. And last year in the last race, for the first time in a long time, taking second place, with Eric Werner taking a first back in August of last year. Eric Werner, a part of the Jolly Rogers team. You see him out there in the Toyota blue boats. And so boat 99 on the 5-minute clock, with Dennis Hughes warming up boat 69, Overkill. Has a really unique sound, mainly because unlike most of the boats out here, both of the headers are running into a single pipe. And it kind of sounds like a lawnmower from hell when he gets it revved up and he gets into it. Definitely has a unique sound compared to the other boats out here, the other members of the fleet, so to speak. So boat 69 backing off the trailer. Father-daughter team. Dennis and Samantha Hughes. And he is off. This is going to be a fast run. And it's good. Clean run at 39.36 and change. $39.369 for boat 69, Overkill, with Stars and Stripes, Burt Roberts and Luke Stewart. Coming up next, boat 96M. Anything with an M designation means that it's burning methanol. Stars and Stripes. Bert's out of Star, Idaho. They've taken a couple of second places here. Bert's one of those guys that started off watching, then ended up navigating, and then finally driving. This is a nice, tight handling boat. And that is a clean run, and evidently he wanted to bleed off a little of that forward momentum, and so taking around that top island. 39.696 for Stars and Stripes, Burt Roberts and Luke Stewart in 96M. 39.696. Boat 99 still on the trailer. Still on the 5-minute clock, but that is starting to run down. Boat 33 on the water. This is 33M, brand new boat. It's actually 33MB. Eric Werner from Team Jolly Rogers tag teaming this boat with Josh Reynolds. Brand new boat. So boat 99 officially a DNS. 5-minute clock runs out. Not exactly. Okay. He may have had a clogged jet. Whoa, wide on that. So obviously a fast boat, he's going to have a slower time simply because he was having problems there at the start. And that's a clean run. 50.37. So 50.372 for boat 33 3MB with Eric Werner driving that. We'll see that boat coming out. It'll be the last of the unlimited class boats in this first qualifier. Live wire on the way. Boat 02M. Von Trapp, the driver. Matt Denson, his navigator. Von's been driving for about 5 years, generally in the 400 class. Moving up to the super boats. He's the owner and operator of Trapp Contracting Services out of Port Angeles, Washington. And Matt is a diesel mechanic out of Skookum. So they got a small block Chevy in that with, of course, methanol. This boat, live wire, been around for a number of years. This is the third driver for this particular boat. Taking them a while to get it fired up. Be interested to see how Vaughn handles the boat in the superboat class. One of those drivers where he can be absolutely spot on and at other times can be completely wild. So it'll be interesting to see how Vaughn handles it moving into the superboats. Definitely a competitive driver for sure. So Vaughn coming out, kind of soft pedaling it. Again, likely because now in the unlimited class, taking time to get to know the boat. And the one thing about Vaughn is that usually in his first runs he does take it slower just to get kind of a handle of the particular rotation. And that's fairly common for most of the drivers. And that was a clean run. 52.961 for boat 02M. Now, this next boat out, 285U is the boat. And the reason for that is because we have a 285 that's in the 400 class. So just so you don't get confused, it is not the same boat. Hence the U designation, unlimited class. So 285U In the Unlimiteds is Pure Insanity, Ryan Rogers, and Cody Brislin. Back in 1999, Ryan was won the World Championships in Australia and New Zealand. He's also done quite a bit of jet boat marathon racing. The marathon racers generally race on rivers and rapids. So, for instance, the Salmon River, the Hoopa down in California. That's big rivers. Ryan Rogers. Ryan took a number of years off from racing. Did sprint boats before, his son's racing, and came out wide, kind of nicked the island there. So he's really kind of trying to knock some of the rust off as he gets back into sprint boat racing. And it's good. $43.0097. 43.097, boat 285U, Pure Insanity. Boat 66M on the way, Dylan Cummings. Dylan, when he was 16, was the U.S. champion in the modified class with his stepmom, Terry, navigating for him. His dad, Tim, races in boat 99M, which had a DNS. It was supposed to be the first boat out of the Unlimiteds. Dylan coming back to racing after taking a number of years off. He's out of Sequim, Washington, a heavy equipment operator. Saw him win at the age of 16, and now he is 32. Mike McEnany is navigator, also out of Sequim, Washington. So not only methanol, but injected, turbocharged. Also likes to do jet skiing and quadding. So be interesting to see how much rust Dylan has here after taking off a few years, starting a family. And it looks like he waved that off. All right, so they're allowed to wave it off if they have a clogged pump. And like I said early on, there is vegetation here on the water. They try to rake it out, but sometimes there's stuff, it will clog the pump. And so they feather and rev, and sometimes it sucks it through. Takes it in, and it's off. is clean. 47.67. .677 for boat 66M TNT Racing. Dylan Cummings, the driver. On the way, boat 151. Kyle Patrick with navigator Chris Bowman. Kyle has been racing for almost 23 years in sprint boats. Had spent a number of years in the 400 class. Won a number of national championships here and a lot of wins along the way. Several years ago, moving up into the superboat class, he's also one of those American racers that's had a chance to race in Australia and New Zealand. So what you're looking at is a 1,500 horsepower meth-injected twin turbo. Has what's called a stinger skull. All right, let's see how he gets into it. And a clean run. Just over 40. Wait for the official time. .479, boat 151M. Psycho Racing, Kyle Patrick, Chris Bowman. With the Jolly Rogers boat on the way. 556, Dustin Springer and Don Davis. He's out of Coeur d'Alene. Don out of Ketchikan, Alaska. In the classic Jolly Rogers Toyota Blue. And another one of those unlimited class boats that's just kind of soft footing it. Not sure if he's having problems, but he just picks up a DNF and he brings it out. Last boat out in the class, we'll see 33 again, this time with Ron Gallagher. The driver, he is the owner of the boat, and Josh Reynolds will be his navigator, and that will get us into the second qualifier after this last run of the unlimited class here at Webb Slough for our first race of the season on this Father's Day weekend. Brand spanking new boat for Ron Gallagher. His previous boat was kind of a Heinz 57, a little short hulled boat with a ginormous engine in it. Kind of almost looked like a cartoon boat. completely different setup and different affair this time. And the Jolly Rogers boat stalling out and getting the slow walk out here at Webb Slough. Wilbur Ellis is proud to support Webb Slough and the St. John community. They're your home for premier agricultural products and services with plenty of local experts that can deliver all sorts of innovation. They've got 98 years of experience and they put their customers first. You can reach out to your local branch today. It's Wilbur Ellis, Ideas to Grow With. Racing also brought to you by Zeppo's and Mr. Z's Casino, located in Pullman. They're your home for family fun and entertainment in Pullman with great times. They have cosmic bowling with things darkened up, but special effects lighting. It looks like a nightclub. Great for the entire family. It's Zeppo's, 100% smoke-free. By the way, you've seen probably that helicopter rolling around. If you would like to see sprint boat racing from, say, the 500-foot view, you can go down and take a helicopter ride. Rides are $60 a person. They can take up to 3 people. You get a bird's eye view. By the way, Inland Helicopters, if you're interested in learning how to fly a helicopter, provides flight instruction. You can grab a business card and schedule a demo flight. Inland Helicopters, based out of Feltz Field in lovely Spokane. How many folks do we have from Spokane here, by the way? That's it? Or are you just not proud to say that you come from Spokane? Okay, that's a little better. Waiting for the bootlegger's boat to make it out. Ron Gallagher, Josh Reynolds. Big thank you going out to the St. John Eagles volleyball team. They've been out there parking cars today, and all of the parking money actually goes to the St. John, Endicott, and La Crosse communities, their respective high schools. And Ron comes out charging hard. Hooked an island, slowed him down a little bit. And he gets the DNF. That boat is fast. That's a fast boat. Really fast. Can't wait to see it out here again. But Ron just charging it. Gets the DNF. And that'll round it out for the unlimited class. Fastest boat in the Unlimiteds, at least in the first qualifiers, is boat 69. Dennis Hughes, Overkill with Samantha in the silly seat. And that'll get us back to the modified class and our second qualifier. 4 qualifying runs, called qualifiers because they're hoping to qualify, of course, for the money rounds, the 8 cut. The way they determine that is they will figure each boat's fastest time to decide who makes it into the 8 cut. So they got 4 chances to go as fast as they possibly can. It's about 2:08, Jolly Rogers, TJ Burrows and Keith Brownsberger. clean run. Clock is still running on it, but looked to be about a 51-second run. So the clock's still running. And we'll wait to get an official time. Appeared to be about 51 seconds. Okay, not even close. 44.335. Our fastest run, by the way, in the first qualifier into the modifieds was Juggernaut, boat 86. They had a 42.668. So 44.335 with Sheldon Glebe and Savannah Patton in boat 03 full tilt. Coming up on the way, they had a DNS on the first run. They were all over the place. They got turned around after about 2 turns, and then they just kind of freewheeled it until somebody decided, I don't think we did this right. So let's see if he can get his first clean run of the day. And no, he doesn't. He gets the DNF right off the bat. So on the front of the program, you can see what's called the rotation, all of those numbers. And you notice those numbers are attached to certain channels on the field here. Everybody has to follow the same path. And I don't know what rotation that Sheldon has been looking at today. So DNF 2 for full tilt. With Purcell Racing 154A on the way. A big thank you to Intelligent Lifeforms Media and Live Meld. Intelligent Lifeforms and Live Meld are from Spokane with great live stream production of today's event. And 154 back on the water. Had a DNF coming out of the water on their first go around with Jeff Purcell in the driver's seat. Jeff Purcell, a parts manager. It's good. Not particularly fast, but clean. 52.016. Webb Slough also would like to thank Jeff Hallstad Photography. They're capturing the race this weekend. We've given away some of their awesome Webb Slough Sprint Boat Racing calendars a little bit later on. Also, thanks to Ken Paulson Plumbing, the big boys of the Palouse. One call clears that drain when you call Ken Paulson Plumbing. Boat 5-5 on the water. Checkmate. Frank Toft
mark, and Kelly Toft mark, 45.081 in their first go-around. We do have a scratch on this particular qualifier with boat 50 that would be coming out next. They will get it did not start. A little bit more aggressive in this particular run, and he gets it done with a 42.06, 42.066, so 42.066, shaving off a good 3 seconds from his previous run. And that'll get us to boat 86, the Juggernaut. If you'd like to be a juggy, they have their gear down in the pits, or actually down in the vendor row area. Grab your tees, your koozies, your hats. Become a juggy today. They had a 42.668 their first run. Fastest in the class in the first qualifier. So let's see what they bring around this time. So far, pretty smooth run. And that will be clean and good. So they brought it in under 42, 41.226. Fastest run in the class so far today at 41.226. Boat 86, the Juggernaut. Our slippery pickle on the way. The big Hurkin Gherkin. Jesse Denton and Terry Lamb. Boat 611. KKS Dust Control, helping to keep the dust down out here. You've probably seen the water truck driving around, helping to improve the dust situation here at Webb Slough. And it's good. 42.578. Boat 611. Slippery Pickle. So about 4.5 seconds faster than his first run. With poor decisions, Jason Perkins and Kyle Bells in the batter's box here at Webb Slough. The 145 will be followed by 154B Purcell Racing. And then 666 Way She Goes and Bad Idea 509. It's 145. Poor decisions. It's good. $45.217. 45.217. So he was definitely able to improve on his 53.7 in the previous run. Poor decisions, 145 with a 45.217 and 154B warming up, getting ready to come out. $154, sponsored by Caliber Traffic Solution. As they say, our sights are on your safety. Their very first place finish last year in August here at Slough. Bringing it around, powered by a 355 Chevy. And it's good. $43.618. Boat 154B Purcell Racing. And Eric Petring and Karen Mesa getting ready to bring it out in 509 Bad Idea. Airtime Eric. Eric won 7 world championships in unlimited hydroplane racing. He's a custom airbrush artist and painter. A lot of the drivers out here. He's actually painted their helmets. Out of Hermiston, Oregon. Watermelon country. His first go around, he was out of the water. Let's see if he can keep it in this time. And he gets it done. So 50 seconds, .002. So 50 and 2/1000ths of a second. Our last boat out in the class in the second qualifier. Boat 666, away she goes. Jeremy Sousa and Jesse Law. At this point, I'm not even sure he's got the engine started yet. Yep. Sporting the Stars and Stripes helmets. 666. She goes. Team is Dark Horse Racing. The run is clean. So definitely improving on his 55 second run before. 47.373. 47.373. And that gets us back into the 400s. Preventing insanity is boat 27, which you're going to see next. Leighton Lilly was badly injured in a motocross race, now paralyzed from the waist down. He has special controls on this particular boat, and he is very fast on the water. So paddles on the steering wheel, or paddle, or throttle. And this is going to be a fast run. Can he bring it in under 40? He does. So this could be the fastest run that we have seen in the class, with a 38.648, and it is 38.648. That is actually the fastest run amongst all the classes today. So Leighton poured it on in the 400 class. Fastest run of all boats out of all three classes so far today. The second fastest boat so far on the water today is coming out next, and that is boat 22. Phil Miller and Samantha Hughes in the Punisher. See how hard Phil will push it this go around. And he's off to a fast start. Really smooth so far. See how he goes to this little chicane here? Perfect. And it's good. Fastest run on the course today, unofficially. 37.63. And officially, 37.635. That's the fastest boat on the track today, so far. So about a second and a third faster than his previous run. So Phil pouring it on here in the second qualifier in boat 22, the Punisher boat. 37.635. As Pure Insanity, River Rogers, and Cole Keats get ready to roll. They had a 34.9 in the first qualifier. So we have a scratch in this run, 360, Jolly Rogers boat. They'll get a DNS for this particular run. As boat 285, Pure Insanity takes the green flag. gets it done. So 40.94 something. As we wait. So 47.946. Almost exactly 3 seconds faster than his previous run. That is 40.946, about 285. Pure Insanity with Jesse and Kalen Miller and Fat Buddy 09 on the way. Great run for River. His dad, Ryan, runs in the unlimited class. We'll see him in the other Pure Insanity boat, 285U, both the same number. One with a U and one with a not U. If you want to take the helicopter ride, by the way, Inland Helicopters, just go over the little bridge. Get you over there where they're landing. Boat 9. That's good. .087, about 09, Fat Buddy. So again, if you want to take that helicopter ride, just right there by the ticket booth as you come through the gate, there's going to be a footbridge. You just take that over and get yourself signed up. So Jesse able to shave about a second off of his previous run. With the Hooligans up next in boat 711, Jesse Hart and Michelle Heindel. They had a 48.1 and change in their first run. Boat 711. With great 12-hour hot dogs. Former Screaming Eagle boat. And as the saying goes, it's clean. .515. .515, boat 711, the Hooligans. Bank shot, Daryl Healy. On the way with the bank shot boat. Probably of the hulls and boats out here, this would be the oldest. A lot of miles on this particular boat. And in particular, Daryl getting a little bit deeper into the throttle this particular go around. I'm surprised we haven't seen more problems right there on that switchback. Usually that's a problem area on the track, particularly coming in it with speed, but if so far everybody's doing fine. Daryl grabs some bank. Now getting a little bit wilder. Oh, he's gonna, that's a DNF. He just came in too tight on that island and he didn't have any room to maneuver and saved it, kept it in the water, pulls the DNF. Jolly Rogers 360, a second DNS did not start. Want to welcome all of the people on the top terrace up here in the VIP booths. If you want to find out how you can be a VIP, we have room for you. Stop by the Slough offices. Your souvenir shop and find out how next race you can end up here on the VIP terraces. A lot of new things being added out here at Webb Slough. New VIP areas up on the top, giving you a great view of the track. Boat 21 on the way. Guano Loco. Larry Steele and Chris Molderig. They had a fairly pedestrian first run, just kind of getting the feel of the track. Likely we'll see a little more throttle on this run. So coming up on this switchback, that is an area that's always kind of been problematic, but so far today, everybody has come through there fairly smoothly. Almost looks like that maybe that part of the track had been widened out just a little bit up there at the apex of that particular corner. Thank you. Clean. 51.84. 81.845 if you want to get really detailed and granular about it. With Knuckin' Futz rounding out the 400 class, getting ready to roll. Those of you that have come to a lot of the races used to see this boat as Wave Digger with St. John local Skylar Smith in the driver's seat. He sold it last year. Now Brad Castle under a new name, driving that particular boat. Going wide, and he hangs it up, stays in the water, almost. So he just came out wide, hit the island there by the spin-out pool, and then it just kind of went downhill for Brad. Fortunately, not a bad accident. This boat, in its previous incarnation, actually left a few bits and pieces on the bank, probably, I don't know, 8-9 years ago, in a pretty spectacular wreck. So the safety crew doing their job out there, helping them get that thing restarted. A lot of times they can't. The batteries that they have in the boats are pretty small, mainly because they want to keep the weight down. Generally small batteries with enough of a charge to turn it over a couple of times, and that's about it. And almost hits the bank again. So rough riding for Brad in 85, Knuckin' Futz with the DNF. And that'll get our unlimited class warming up. And we'll see if boat 99, M, makes it out this go around. He had problems getting it started and ended up going on the 5-minute clock and the clock running out. Still hasn't managed to get it started. And so it looks like a hard day for the Jolly Roger team. Boat 556 in the Unlimited's out for the rest of the day, as we wait for boat 99M. So I noticed one of his crew members looks like he was back in where the starter's at. Now he's kind of moved back further. Appears he got it turned over. Some white puffs of smoke momentarily coming out the back. Just doesn't look like it's turning over now. A little bit of flame, which generally is not a good thing. Yeah, he's just not getting it started. Finally, he gets it going. I'm really looking forward to seeing what Tim is able to do. Tim was one of those guys as a driver that really hung it all out, always on the ragged edge of control. So I'm looking forward to seeing what this run is going to look like now that he has 99M started. For Tim and his family, this is always a big family event for the Cummings clan. They come out in force. It's like a reunion every race weekend. All right, it's our first time checking out boat 99M for the day. Oh, DNF. Missed the switchback. Well, at least we know it runs. So the DNF. And that'll get us to boat 69, the overkill boat, Dennis and Samantha Hughes. Boat 69 on the water. And he's charging. Here comes that switchback. Nicely done. All right, this is going to be a hot run. He is just flat scooting. So we go through the chicanes, up through the top island. Boy, he is hitting everything dead on and already done. Wow. That is the fastest run today.
He got into it. 3:06.895. Fastest run on the course today. Great run by Dennis Hughes, long time and many time champion here on race day at Webb Slough. Putting the steam on and laying down a great run. 96M, Burt Roberts, Luke Stewart, and the Stars and Stripes. They had a pretty good run. First go around, 39.69. And they're putting the steam to it. Looking real good going into the chicanes, no problem. No bobbles at the top. Now it's the hard charge home. And it's good. Clean run. And he brings it in under 37. And he has the fastest run of the day at 36.822. So 7/100ths of a second faster than the previous run. So now we got ourselves a little bit of a dogfight in the Unlimiteds between boat 69 and 96M. So Burt throwing down with a 36.822 in boat 96M, Stars and Stripes. I'm really looking forward to this next run in boat 33MB. Eric Werner, the bootlegger boat, had a little bit of an issue on the beginning of his first run, and they really picked it up. So if they've got it tuned and ready to go, this could be a steam and run too. And it looks like it's gonna be. Oh, this thing's a rocket too. Ooh, ow. Came in wide, spun it out, hooked the island. Okay, this is not a DNF. As he's still in the water, a lot of times the driver and navigator try to rock that boat off the island and they don't want to chance it, so they take the DNF. And DNF. So sometimes you'll see the drivers when they hook an island like that where they're still in the water will try to rock it off, feather the throttle and try to bring it out, and it's a spendy boat, so not chancing it. That is a rare bobble in that particular way for Eric Werner. It's not to say that he hasn't wrecked, because he has, but it doesn't happen often. And Tugboat Timmy! Timmy was getting tired. Timmy needed something to do. So now that they can't get it started, Tugboat Timmy brings it out.
So definitely looking forward to seeing what this particular boat can do when they can get a clean run on it. It definitely has the capabilities, as we could see for the first part of that run. Now if they can keep it in the water, both Ron Gallagher, who's running last in the Unlimiteds, when he was driving it, very fast, got the DNF. So I can't wait till we get a clean run at it. With Livewire coming up in boat 02, Vaughn Trapp and Matt Denson. If you haven't had a chance yet to check out the Slough Brew, head on down to the beer garden. Paradise Creek Brewery makes the official beer of Webb Slough. The Slough Brew, which is a hazy IPA, but he definitely does not overdo it on the hops. All right. So this is boat 285, Pure Insanity, Ryan Rogers. We saw his son River, and he picks up the quick DNF. I had higher hopes. So ostensibly, this will bring 66M TNT Racing with Dylan Cummings and Mike McEnany on the way. Boat. So boat 02 scratched on this particular round, so they'll get the DNS. Did not start. As Dylan Cummings makes his way out in boat 66M. Dylan's stepmom, Terry, was his longtime navigator. That came to an end after a pretty horrible accident that she had that left her with fractured vertebrae. But she had spent a long time navigating, and we just find out now that boat 66M is on the 5-minute clock, TNT Racing. So that should bring boat 151M, Kyle Patrick and Chris Bowman, Psycho Racing out. Kyle, a longtime racer. Chris Bowman spent a lot of years as leading the safety crews that we saw not only here at Webb Slough a number of years ago, but also the other tracks all around in Washington and Oregon. Then was instrumental in digging the newest track in the sprint boat circuit, which would be in Ontario, Oregon, where unfortunately this year they're not going to be doing any racing as they make upgrades and the like to the track. So boat 151 in the water. Kyle, one of the more aggressive racers, which is why he won a lot of championships, but also at times it can come back to bite him. See how we go here. So he's coming out a lot harder than he did the first time. Definitely punching it. See how he does the switchback? Nicely done. A little bit of a wobble. Oh! Like I said, sometimes it bites him. So if he could get this thing turned around, he's still in, and he does. So will he bring it out or will he continue the run? And it looks like he stalled it. Still clean. And looks like he's going to continue. So he's going to get the clean run. So just kind of coming around, he crossed the finish line and then brought it out in the long way, waiting for the official time, unofficially 66.8. And still waiting for a time. .806. So Kyle came out very aggressive and kind of bit him. And that'll bring out 33 MA as boat 66M still sits on the trailer on the 5-minute clock. All right, Ron Gallagher and Josh Reynolds, let's go around. This is the fast boat. He had a DNF in his first go. He's coming wide on a lot of these corners. See how he does coming through the top, kind of wide. And it's clean. 41.668 for boat 33M. And this will get us back in to the modifieds. All right. Boat 208. Jolly Rogers. And he gets it done. So we got the clean run and waiting for the time. Unofficially 42.36. .363. And that'll get us to Wrong Way Sheldon Glebe in boat 03 full tilt. Sheldon has had issues out here today. Mainly, he just can't seem to get the rotation. So hopefully third time's a charm. Well, at least this time he was going the right direction. And picks up the DNF. So he'll have one last chance to try and qualify. So far, everyone else, with the exception of a couple of scratches so far, everyone has managed pretty much to get a clean run, except for Sheldon. So maybe fourth time around, he gets it. Maybe. Waiting to see if he can now get it started, or whether, yep, he does. So he'll make it out under his own power. Boat 03, full tilt there with the DNF. Up now, 154A. Jeff Purcell, James Goldberg, Purcell Racing. He comes in wide in the same spot and hangs it up. Sucking up some turf. And now a DNF. So he clogged the jet, and he'll go out slow. 154A. And James, his navigator, miming rowing a boat. Two DNFs in a row. With checkmate eventually coming out. A big thank you to Peter Keats Equipment, Peters and Keats, your local family-owned heavy equipment, truck, trailer, rental, and sales company. A new sponsor here, Sprint Boat Racing at Webb, Slough. They provided the water truck for dusty control in the camping areas this weekend. You can discover the difference with Peters and Keats. St. John Telephone Company also sponsoring racing here at Webb, Slough, providing the high-speed internet for the Slough at our ticket offices, vendor row, and the live stream. Checkmate. Boat 55. Hanging up on the bank, almost losing it, getting a little wild through the top, hanging on to it, and it is good. .66, 41.67, 41.667. So, boat checkmate, 55, Frank and Kelly Toftmark. It appears as though monkey business coming out after wreck in the first qualifier, not being able to start in the second. The boat's in the water. Waiting now to see it on the course. So really what he wants to do here is just get a run in. Get a time into the books. And so far so good on that goal. Almost there. Oh! I don't know where he came out. It almost looked like he might have made it before he wrecked. I don't know. We'll have to get a decision from our spotters. And the word we're getting is that he caught the bank and went out just before the timing eye. So I guess we're going to call that a DNF. He was so close. So close. Okay, our judges say that is a clean. Our judges say that was a clean run. So he did it. So, assuming the time on the clock is right, he got a 56. We'll wait for our 56.009. Congratulations to Monkey Business. So causing a little bit of confusion because of where the new finish line is at. And there was a question as to whether he broke the eye, the stream of the electronic eyes, or whether it was safety crew. And our spotters say, yeah, he broke the eye. So he gets the clean run. Even though he was not in the water when he did it, he still did it. Juggernaut on the way, boat 86, Jason and Samantha Christ. They had a 41.226, which is still the fastest run in the class so far today in their last run. See if they can shave a little more time off of that. Boy, he's just gliding. That was a pretty run. And clean. And pretty darn fast for the class. Looks like the 41.057. Fastest run in the modifieds today. Jason Christ in the Juggernaut, 41.057. That is boat 86 with the fastest run in the class today. Running second behind him in the class is boat 55, Checkmate, with a 41.667. The Slippery Pickle, boat 611 on the water. Boat hooks up real nice. Nice clean run. And we finally have our third boat in the class that brings it in under 42 seconds. – 41.743 on boat 611, the Slippery Pickle. So 3 boats in the class to bring it in under 42 seconds. With Slippery Pickle 611 at a 41.743. Boat 55 Checkmate, Frank Toftmark at a 41.667. And the fastest so far in the modified class today, boat 86 Juggernaut with a 41.057. Poor Decisions on the way. Boat 145 with Jason Perkins and Kyle Bells or Bellis. And a clean run. So once again, Poor Decisions shaves time off. They started with 53, then a 45, and now an official time of 43.33 or .303. 43.303. So every run, they've gotten considerably better. See what they can bring out in the fourth qualifier. As boat 154B brings it out, James Goldberg and Margaret Purcell in Purcell Racing, 154B. His best run was his last at 43.618. And it's clean. I don't think he's got much more under the hood. 43.960 for boat 154B. 43.960. I don't think he's got a lot more left. Boat 509. The bad idea boat. On the way. Wrecked in the first go-around. Had almost just a little over 50 seconds in his second run. It's clean. So our official time is 49.204. And our last run in the class in this third qualifier. Batting cleanup, Jeremy Sousa in 666. Jeremy's also shaved off quite a bit of time his last round. We'll see if he's able to pick up some more speed. Some pretty good momentum going into the chicane. Pretty good. Couple more turns and it's good. And it is. Clean. So he was able to shave off about a second and a third. And draws the 46.037 in boat 666. Way she goes. 666 with a 46.037. That's his best run so far today. So our fastest boat, or one of our fastest boats in the class. Leighton Lilly in boat 27, Preventing Insanity, will be the first out in our 400 class. The race so far today in the 400s between boat 27 and Preventing Insanity and boat 22 Punisher. It's got a 410 cubic inch Dart powered boat. Scope, hull. And he comes out charging hard. This is going to be a great run if he makes it through all the way of the rotation, which it looks like he probably will. Looking good through the chicane, yes. 3 more turns and he's home. It's good. His fastest run on the day. .65. All right, that is the fastest run in the 400 class today. Less than 1/10 of a second faster than Phil Miller in the Punisher. So definitely a race forming between boat 22 and boat 27. 37.565. Boat 27 Preventing Insanity with the Punisher, Phil Miller and Samantha Hughes in boat 22 coming up. They had a 37.635 as their best run, and that was in qualifier 2. Let's see what they've got. And this is going to be a hot run. It's good. And it looks like he took it away from. He did. 37.117. Fastest run in the class, right after the fastest run in the class so far today. Gets him by just a little bit more than 0.4 of a second. So some great runs in the 400 class to start things off. Again, boat 22 with a 37.117. With some insanity on the way in boat 285. 19-year-old River Rogers in the driver's seat. His best was a 40.946. Hammer is bringing it hard. And he could bring it in under 40, and he does. 37.6. All right, 37.613. So now we have a 3-boat race. Boat 285, 37.613. So 3 boats in the class in the 37-second range. And he was able to carve about 3 1/3 seconds off of his last run. A great run, 37.613. So this is what makes the 400 class so fun, is this sort of parity between boats. I mean, literally 3 runs in a row, a 37.5, a 37.1, and a 37.6. Five-tenths of a second separating the fastest to the 3rd fastest, with Fat Buddy, Jesse Miller, and Kalen Miller. In boat 09. And it's clean. Definitely not his best run today. Actually, his slowest run today, with 42.413. 42.413. His fastest was a 40.087. So when we go into the 8 cut, so he had a 40, a 41, and a 42. That fastest time of a 40 would be used to determine whether he makes the 8 cut or not. At this point, definitely will, or likely will. Just being pretty much the 4th fastest boat on the course in the 400 so far today. And the Hooligan coming up in boat 711. Jesse Hart and Michelle Heindel. Jesse is in Arborist. So right now, it looks like, yep, it is in the water. There was some radio chatter that they might pull him out for a second, but nope, he's off the trailer. He spent a number of years with this boat in a different incarnation when it was a super boat. And it's good. .541. 46.541 for boat 711. And boat 12, bank shot. Coming up. If you're down in Vendor Row today, drop by the FFA booth in Vendor Row. They have some fun St. John Washington swag. The FFA students raising money to attend the National FFA Convention this fall in Indianapolis. FFA, for those that don't know, Future Farmers of America. Agriculture, of course, big here in this part of Washington. So how about our local chapter of the St. John Future Farmers of America? As Daryl Healy and bank shot. Take it around. He DNF'd it in his last go. And it's clean. All right, waiting for an official time. 47.87 something. So looks like we may have some lightning that could roll through this area. Depending on what happens, you may take an early lunch break. This is Loco 21. Larry Steele, Chris Molderig. And it's a clean run. So waiting to find out kind of what the deal is there with boat 360 and a 51. So 51.07 something. All right, going back to boat number 12, the time on boat number 12 was 47.879. And the official time of boat 21 is 51.071. So as I mentioned earlier, a helicopter pilot from Inland Helicopters said that there is, it appears, some lightning that is rolling through this way. Not necessarily unexpected. That was in the forecast a little earlier this week that could be the case. So depending on what goes, there is a possibility we could take a early break for lunch. And this is boat 85. Okay, we're going to close the course. It looks like we do have lightning, and we're going to close the course here in a second. Okay. Okay. Oh. All right, so we're going to take an early lunch, and that is a DNF, by the way. So because of the lightning, we're going to take an early lunch. It'll be about 30 minutes, and we're going to kind of monitor the weather. So a 30-minute break, according to our race official, our race director. So we've got lightning cracking, and so going to take a brief timeout, probably about 30 minutes. This would be an early lunch break. And that'll give a chance for potentially Jolly Rogers to make it down. My understanding was that they were on their way down, and then we hit the lightning. If you're going to head over to Vendor Row, if you want to grab something, got the island-style food truck over there with Filipino barbecued pork, beef, and noodles, all sorts of good stuff. The Mad Fire Kitchen and Catering. They've got your pulled pork sandwiches and their signature chicken adobada, rice bowls, and burritos. Nordic Smoke Barbecue over there with some great brisket, waffle wagon and kettle with all sorts of kettle corn and the like. Their proceeds are helping the local area Bikes for Books program and 4 local schools and high school scholarships. And of course, you can enjoy nice cold Coors in the beer garden. Everybody okay in the beer garden? All right. I'm glad you guys are okay. I want to check on you. Do you have a good view of the lightning? Apparently not. It looked like the lightning was coming from behind us. So we're going to take a 30-minute break. If you're watching on our live stream, happening on YouTube at, of course, Webb Slough, and also the Webb Slough Facebook page. We're taking a short break here if you're just tuning in. If you'd checked in and checked out, we're taking a weather break here as we have a thunderstorm that's kind of rolling through the area. We've had a couple of good flashes. So hearing just a little bit of that lightning in the back, the thunder in the background. By the way, a big thank you to All Sport, serving the Spokane, and Coeur d'Alene. They've been doing that since 1984. They've got all sorts of great bikes there. Street bikes, dirt bikes, ATVs, UTVs. You're looking for a snowmobile, a scooter, a generator, you're going to find them. And They have Indians and also Polaris vehicles, Honda, KTM, Yamaha, all under one roof. They've got location and convenient location in Liberty Lake, just off I-95 at Barker Road. So thank you to All Sports for helping to bring us racing today. American On-Site Services also helping out for the race today. And Bartech, where they build healthy soils with STA certified compost. Lager boat, Ron Gallagher's boat. It's a Peter Coe hull, it looks like, at least to me. Am I correct?
It is, yeah. This is, I believe it's a G-Force, the same as Phil's, which is a model or two older than my boat that's down in New Zealand. But I was fortunate enough to take this for a test trip at Port Angeles last weekend, and the thing that just blew me away was how immediately comfortable I was with it. Like, I jumped in that thing in my very first practice lap. I beat my fastest time from last year on the same rotation. And then by the end of 3 runs, I cut almost 3 seconds off my fastest time from last year on a play day. No stress, you don't got the crowd going, you're not fighting for a podium. We were just out practicing. And it just was so easy to drive. No, I shouldn't say easy, it was predictable. And I just felt comfortable as soon as I stepped on the gas pedal. And that first right-hand turn, I'm like, oh my God, it was just so dialed. And now I'm contemplating, I feel like this thing might be more dialed in than my boat down in New Zealand. And I'm trying to wrap my head around that, like, wait, mine's newer. It's got this brand new engine. I'm like, why is Ron's boat so easy to drive, or just more, I shouldn't keep saying the word easy. It's not easy to drive. But for me, it's just being predictable. That's the whole thing. And I don't think that, you take any of the super boats here, I think they're all within a couple miles an hour of each other, but the differentiator is how drivable they are. If the turbos are going to be really hard on this track just because it's so tight, this boat is completely drivable. I'll say right now, this thing, it needs to be on the podium on the 1 and 2 steps. It was that good. And I can say that because I've raced against Dennis. I know what these other boats are capable of, but if we don't screw up, this boat could very well be 1 and 2. And I am not being cocky, I'm not being arrogant, but I know what that boat was like to drive. I'm like, oh my God, it was so easy to just jump in and rip times off.
Are you going to be holding back a little bit because it's not your boat?
Honestly, quite the opposite, because I told Ron, I'm like, Ron, if I'm feeling as comfortable as I was on the practice day, I'm going to push. I want to tighten the screws down on the other guys, because if I'm comfortable, that's where I only hold back on what I'm comfortable doing. I told Ron that my whole life with snowmobiles, I don't let other people talk me into doing something I don't want to do. So I'll go at my own speed, and if my speed is fast, I'm going to tighten down the screws and try to force some errors on everybody else. If they'll maybe make a DNF, and then the pressure starts to build, and you know what I mean? So I told him, if I'm feeling it, I'm going for it, and I'm going to go as fast as I'm comfortable with doing it. So we'll see. Well, I'll know immediately after Q1, how I'm going to approach the day.
All right. Eric, great talking to you. Congratulations on being able to check something off your bucket list. A lot of people don't ever get a chance to do that, so more power to you.
That was super cool, and I'd like to say a ginormous thank you to Ron for letting me tag team his boat. And by the way, there's a backstory there. He's shipping that down, and if it doesn't get there in time, he's going to tag team my boat down there. So it is, I'll scratch your back if you scratch my back, but a huge effort for Ron to let me do that, and my hat's off to him. And I wouldn't even be racing today if he wouldn't let me drive his boat.
So Eric Werner, recapping his adventures down under, getting to check something off of his bucket list, and kind of why he's tag teaming the bootlegger boat today, Ron Gallagher's boat, as we take a bit of a storm delay here at Webb Slough. I think the only other time that we've ever had a major delay here, and it would have been about probably 8 years ago, was due to some fires that were burning in the vicinity, and we had heavy smoke that rolled through one afternoon during the sprint boat race that caused about an hour and a half delay. We're definitely not expecting anything like that. Probably we're going to be here for about another 20 minutes or so. We've got the safety crews off the field and taking kind of that early lunch break here at Webb Slough today. One of the cool things about Matt and Amanda, the owners of Webb Slough here in St. John, is every year they come up with something a little bit new that they add to the track. This year the timers are in, of course, the green shack over by the beer garden. That is new, giving them a better venue of the field. And also, too, we've added some new VIP sections up on the hill above the track here that you can see up there. And they expect that they're going to be adding some more of those potentially by the race coming up in August. If you're somebody that says, I want to be a VIP because I'm important and I am special, look at me. Talk to Amanda down in the Souvenir shop and reserve your spot in the VIP section. Up here in the VIP section, of course, there is a full-service bar that's located over here, and we also made some changes to the timing system now with the new finish line that's right in the middle of the island there where the checkered flags are. And so joining me in the booth, one of the folks that comes out here every year, works closely with Matt and Amanda. You can call him Scott. We call him Buns. It's Buns. It's Buns.
You're killing me, dude. First and foremost, good job for all the Webb Slough fans hanging out here with this little rain delay. But you know what? We'll get past it like a speed bump, so we'll be just fine. 15, 20, 30 minutes, give or take. Everything's going south of us. So it'll be just a few more minutes before we can resume racing. Yeah, the timing system. So as you can see, we moved it to the center of the island. And a lot of this is to save the boats. And first and foremost, safety is always key here at Webb Slough. You see, with having the new finish light, you got about 180 extra feet for the boats to slow down. Now, back in 2007 when this started, the engines, the boats, didn't have as much power as they do now.
They were slower. He's trying to say they were slower, but no, they just had less power.
Just a little
no,
bit,
they
yeah.
were slow.
But
Now
nowadays,
they're fast.
Nowadays, when you have some of the fastest boats in the fleet going, the spin-out pool is here in the 2020s. It's a little
Dicey.
Lot more scary too. I mean, you're looking at a fraction of a second.
Right. Normally, by this time in a race, in the third qualifier, we would have seen probably at this point, like last year, we would have seen 4 or 5 boats that would have gone down to the spin-out pool and it actually would have come out of the water at this point. And then that takes time to try and shove them out, put them on a trailer if need be or whatever to get them out. Now, with the finish line where it is, which is quite a bit before the actual spin-out pool, gives them plenty of time to slow down. And we've only seen one person that just kind of nicked a bank, and I think that was because they weren't paying attention.
And the best thing, too, even the racers, after this new change, they've been asking for this, and now is the time to do it. Time better than any, especially for the June race coming into 2024. So with them having that extra time to slow down, they also have extra options to either slow down before they hit the spin-out pool or even take a hard left right after the finish light to help them in the slowing down process.
Right, and we've seen a couple of different boats do that today. Kyle Patrick did that once. I think somebody in the 400 class actually took that longer loop out. So all in all, it just gives them more leeway and more options as far as bringing that boat down to a more navigable speed coming into that spin-out pool.
How do you spell navigable?
God. You would ask the guy that never won the spelling bee.
Yeah, you got
Starts with an N.
You got 3 brain cells between 2 people here with microphones right now.
Right, but man, you scratch them hard enough, they will spark.
Boy, howdy. But yeah, it's only going to be about another 15 or 20 more minutes before this entire thing comes just to the east of Webb Slough. But we're just getting the last bit of everything. I mean, I'm sure a lot of you here have been checking your weather radars, as in like we were the entire time leading up to this entire thing. And then all of a sudden, Mother Nature says, surprise, we're going to put a little wrench in everything. But we're still going to get it figured out. We're still going to race, still the 4 qualifiers, and still a great day of racing here in beautiful St. John, Washington.
One nice thing about the races here in St. John is the entire community kind of comes together to bring these races off, taking part in kind of their own way, whether it's running the VIP booths up here on the hillside, whether you've got the sports teams. I think we've got the St. John High School volleyball team, the Eagles, that are out there running the parking today. It's a full-size community event. The whole community kind of comes together for this. Like, for instance, downtown last night for the show and shine. What I liked down there, they had a bake sale.
Really?
Yeah. You didn't go to the bake sale?
Wow.
You missed.
I did.
No, they had some awesome blueberry crumble things that they were selling that were just flippin' delicious. But yeah, the whole community kind of comes together here in St. John to make the race happen. It really is an awesome community event out here in the middle of the Palouse, in a place that a long time ago in the 60s, one Frank Zappa, played the bar and said, and when asked later of all the places that he'd visited, what was his favorite, he said St. John, Washington, back when he was playing with the Mothers of Invention. So
here's the part. I don't know if you're serious or joking about this right now. I can't tell.
No, I'm serious.
Really?
I'm dead serious about it.
We'll have to Google this one.
Yeah. No, Frank Zappa threw a shout out to St. John.
Also, too, a little quick question. Seeing that sea of white campers out there, the people that are still in the terraces, how many of you are camping out here in St. John this weekend? I heard the woos from beyond the VIP areas.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it was definitely a great undertaking, seeing all these, just this sea of motor coaches and getting to meet every single one of you coming here to St. John, either for the 32nd time or even for the first time. It's amazing just to see the look on people's faces when they come down the hill up here and they just see this absolute barrenness of white that should be green right about now. That happens twice a year.
Always a big event here in lovely St. John, and always a lot of fun. First time, I think, well, since I've been doing it, and I missed, I think, the first race of the first season, but have been here every other race since then, and this is the only time that we've ever taken a weather break, which is going to be coming to an end here shortly. So we've got about another probably 10 minutes or so, and then we'll get racing fired back up.
You know, that's a perfect time for the people to come up into the VIP beer garden that are able to and grab yourself an ice. Can't say cold beverage, everybody's still kind of chilled. Same thing down in the lower beer garden, too, brought to you by the St. John Golf Course. Those guys have been really busting their hump to make this entire thing happen. And the same with the St. John Gun Club, too, up here in the upper VIP terraces areas, too.
So, all in all, it is a definite community event here in St. John, Washington. If you head down to the souvenir booth, if you're checking your cooler, you may find that your ice may have melted or you didn't bring enough. You can still pick up some ice down there in the souvenir shop. Grab some ice. They've got s'mores stuff down there and lots, of course, slew gear in the souvenir shop, which went in right after, well, I mean, they put it in during the pandemic, but once we got racing back again, after the powers that be waved their magic scepters and said, oh, I guess you can be outside. We'll allow you to be outside now. When they
Bill
reopened
London,
and people
I
came
love
back, it was a souvenir shop. What?
It's Bill London, I love you. The way that you weave your words.
What, the magic scepter?
spell that word too. Hey, speaking of not
SCEPTER.
there you go, kid.
Scepter.
I'm not sure if you guys also noticed too. Over in the Sleepy Hollow area, the classic, a makeshift classic car show, the Curmudgeons, showed up today. Maybe even yesterday too.
Yeah,
you can see their bright orange vehicles. There's at least some of them here on the, I guess that would be the north side of Webb Slough as you cross over into Sleepy Hollow. They're right there, right along the creek bank. So if you're a fan of classic cars, some of them ZZ Top cars too, they got some of them on display as the Curmudgeons made their way down here to St. John for this weekend. And thanks to the Curmudgeons, they got a free car wash from the Lord that be. May be a little bit of a dirty car wash, but hey, it's a car wash nonetheless.
Tomorrow morning, looks like we are going to have a pancake breakfast out there in the patio area right by the Souvenir shop that is going to be put on by the parents and athletes of the St. John Youth Sports Group. That'll be tomorrow morning on the ticket office patio for pancakes. The kids are trying to pick up some money for tournaments. They've got equipment they're trying to buy, new uniforms for the basketball, volleyball, swim, baseball, and flag football team. Uniforms for the swim team. The breakfast starts at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning and might be a great way if you're going to be partying tonight down there in the camping sections. You might want to come up and grab a bite to eat just so you feel a little bit better afterwards. But that will be tomorrow morning starting at 8 o'clock here at the Slough, right down there by the Souvenir booth.
I don't know if, so with me down here by the launch, you just hear nothing but very loud engines the entire time. I'm not sure if you were able to give any shout-outs to the island hoppers that are absolutely trying their best to stay warm out here. But you know what? The best thing about these island hoppers, when they came off during this little break, they are just smiling from ear to ear, just having the time of their lives today.
Yep, they've got their thermal cod pieces on, and they're fine. So they're doing.
Especially Tugboat Timmy's.
Yes, Tugboat Timmy. Tugboat Timmy and the thermal cod piece. Tugboat Timmy.
We need to write a song. You know this, right?
I was trying to come up with a song that was based on SpongeBob SquarePants, and it was the first line was something like, "Who rides in a skidoo found in a ditch? Tugboat Timmy."
Oh man, maybe we can get a hold of Dweezil Zappa and have him write a song and play it at the Rialto, huh?
Yeah.
Moon Unit.
Yeah.
Is that right? Moon Unit Zappa.
Who picked up the scabies and now he has the itch? Tugboat Timmy.
Bill London, I absolutely adore you. But yeah, we're still waiting from the race officials here about starting up the boats once again. We're still in the third qualifier, as I recall, right?
Third qualifier, just getting towards the end of the 400 class. There was one boat left to go, which was boat 360 Jolly Rogers with Chris Farmer and Jennifer Farmer. And that would have been the last boat of the 400 class. So almost all the way through the third qualifier with all of the unlimiteds to go and one of the 400 class. And so we're waiting to see where we sit with our race officials and when they call everything back on. By the way, the guys, we've got a team that's out here that is doing the live stream, and I got to say, Intelligent Lifeforms Media and Live Meld over the last couple of seasons have done a really great job out here, and I'm watching right now what they're streaming on not only YouTube under Webb Slough, but also on the Webb Slough Facebook page. And they do such a great job and have brought a lot of really interesting, innovative stuff to the web stream. When the race is over and you're getting home and people are asking you, what did you do this weekend? Take them to the YouTube channel and you can show them the entire race will be posted there right after the race today, and you can go in there and watch it. And they do some great work.
I was actually watching it down here on the live feed as we were out here on the launch. I really like it on how they are showing the top times of the classes as they are going along. That is absolutely new. And the dudes in FLH, if you guys want to give those guys a big round of applause, they've been out here the entire week getting everything set up, not only audio and video. This is the best I've ever seen it happen here at Webb Slough. And even you get to watch it as it's occurring up here in this booth.
Right.
That's a whole lot of wire to be ran that you don't see. Thank you,
Right.
technology.
So, yeah, a lot of things going on here at Webb Slough. Always looking to improve the experience, and every race you're going to find something a little new, a little added, and a little extra attractive. Here at Webb Slough in lovely St. John, Washington.
Well, that's kind of a good sign. Some of the guys from the camera crew are just starting to prepare themselves for getting things back ready. I don't know if you've also noticed this too, Bill, but right over here by the island, they actually had a camera set up, a solid camera the entire time where you are getting multiple angles. So like you were just saying, is after this race or even during the race, watch what's going on. You might see a whole different angle of something you've never even seen before. And I may or may not heard maybe even drone footage might be going on too from the camera crew, which is kind of
Haven't
nice.
seen any drone footage yet by the camera crew out here. That's one thing. If you did bring your drone with you, we were noticing yesterday, quite a few people flying their drones. Don't bring them to the track during the race. It's not a good idea.
We might think you're. Some of the people here might think it's trap shooting time, and
Right.
might have to take out your nice little beautiful drone.
Right. Well, the gun club is running the VIP booth up here. So,
And we do have the high ground Obi-Wan Kenobi, so I think we're okay. You see, you do your weird references,
Yeah.
I do mine,
Yeah,
and you
you're-
give me a dirty look there,
didn't
Dweezil,
listen to
Mew,
dirty.
Unit, Zappo, and the...
No.
Did they really play the Rialto?
yeah, he really played at the Rialto, where their motto is, it's better than drinking at home. I was so bummed a couple of years ago when they had those T-shirts, the Rialto, better than drinking at home. I didn't purchase one, and I stepped in last night to the Rialto. Hey, you got one of your No. It's like, why didn't I grab it when I had my chance?
That means you just have to come back and go to the Rialto again.
I know. Well, there's nothing wrong with that.
Have yourself a hot Wardo sandwich, probably one of my go-tos there at the Rialto.
By the way, a big thank you to Valence Mission Critical Technologies. Valence is your Northwest partner in critical communications. They know that you need seamless and reliable communication every moment when it matters. They specialize in two-way push-to-talk radios, vehicle upfittings, customized communication systems, and a lot more to ensure rapid response and seamless coordination in any situation. And a lot of times those communications actually save lives. And to just kind of put an emphasis on that, they do supply first responders, EMS, fire, police, and beyond with the Valence technologies to keep them in touch with each other so that they, in turn, can reach out and help you. So Valence Mission Critical Technologies, if you're looking for radios, two-way communications and the like, you need to talk to the folks at Valence.
I'm not sure if you even saw this too, Bill, but some of our boat launchers out there and even our head referee, thanks to the crew at Valence, actually got set up with noise-canceling radios so we can actually help. You're talking about saving lives. We're actually saving the hearing of a lot of the boat race officials with the technology that they have over at Valence. And so big props to them. And we all know that they're also a newbie to the St. John area of them coming down from Spokane Valley to watch these races. So big shout out to them for definitely having a top-notch product, which is race in, race out. These guys are definitely the ones to go to.
And another cool thing that was added, we have the Davenport and Odessa Napa stores. The Wheatland Parks Group actually has a trailer out here where they've got stuff for sale, and a lot of it was brought out because of the drivers. So the drivers are running over to the Napa, the portable Napa shop here on the grounds, to get things that they need. And you can go in there and check out. They've got a variety of different things in there. A lot of tools, a lot of Milwaukee products.
Well, they have run out quite a bit because Slough Lawn Boy saw that was over there and decided to wipe them clean with a whole bunch of stuff too. So.
Yeah, and Lawn Boy's son was in there last night.
No,
we need
no.
one of these, Dad. We need one of these. This is a torque wrench. We need this torque wrench.
But what Lawn Boy does, it goes, all right, son, you're right. We need to get 2.
Yeah,
Because you always got to have a backup.
exactly.
Always have a backup of a backup because you never know what's going to happen. And the crew from Napa being out here is definitely. Actually, there's a nice little line going into that Napa trailer that I see right now, too. So good for them for coming out here. That's definitely a first that I've seen out here. And who knows? I mean, a lot of great vendors are out here still serving up the food. Seeing some of the lines that they have going on right now. Nordic Smoke Barbecue has a little bit of a line going, but they know on how to definitely work their way through. Also, the boat teams have their merchandise out here. Leighton Lilly and his team, the Jolly Roger peeps. Of course, you're going to have the Overkill team selling some of their amazing products, too. So definitely support those boat race teams. The Off-Road Vixens are also set up. I don't know, man. Every time you see a woman wearing Off-Road Vixens, you're like, she knows how to have fun. One of those types of people.
Also, Slippery Pickle Racing represented down there on Vendor Row, down in the boat racing section out there. They are selling men's, women's, and kids' T-shirts and hoodies. As they like to put it, pickle juice ain't cheap. And all the proceeds go to support them. Well, there you go.
At least they're honest.
Yeah.
It's a good policy, I hear.
Right. You got to support your Slippery Pickle boat drinking habit. So, you bet.
Well, it's kind of nice. You see the helicopter coming in. And plus, yes, Inland Helicopter also will be doing the rides. I got a hunch, this is just my guess, they probably took a couple hot laps around to see what this storm system is doing. And I got a feeling they probably got some pretty good news coming our way. So this minor little break shouldn't be going on for too much longer. And we'll be able to get to racing here a lot sooner than a lot later. Because we know we're ready to see what's going to be happening. 10 unlimited boats.
First time I think I've ever seen 10 unlimited boats.
I was just going to ask you, has that ever happened here at Webb Slough?
I don't think so. I think the most previous to this was, I believe, 6. And, you know, it's one of the things that's kind of been interesting over the years. You know, it used to be that a lot of the racing was pretty much dominated by the modified class, where you'd have 15, 16 modifieds, and really only 4 or 5 400 class boats and maybe 2 or 3 of the unlimiteds. And over the years, a lot of people moved up into the 400s and the unlimited class, and so there's actually kind of equal numbers between all 3 classes, the modifieds, the 400s, and the unlimiteds, which is actually great for everybody. The racers, because they get to be in bigger, faster toys that, you know, it's so much more fun when you wreck them.
But not fun when you have to fix them.
No. Now, one of our racers that you normally see out here, Robert Cox, in the Ford-powered 049. It is the only Ford-powered boat here in the U.S. Broke a drive shaft, so otherwise he would be out here, and I don't even know why I brought that up. But I guess talking about breaking your big toys, and he was shaking his head about it. He goes, "Yeah, that only cost $3,000."
I find that in my couch. Yeah, I wish.
Yeah, he's checking the couch for change. He's going over to his parents' house. Can I sit in that chair for a minute? I gotta see something here.
Nice. Also, I saw some of the youngsters here of beautiful St. John running around. Good for them for doing some of the very tough work that a lot of time goes unnoticed. Picking up the garbage and making this
place stay clean.
I call it the Augusta of sprint boat tracks. I mean, you see, you might notice on how everything is green, but just look at all the fine stuff around here. Look how well the trees are manicured. on how well the grass is kept. Even in the campgrounds, you're seeing grass that's going from more of a field to an actual grass lawn. Now, something like that is not an overnight thing. That takes years and years to make happen. And I'm sure you campers can attest to that, especially out in the east camping area. That was just a big dust bowl. And now it's getting much more filled in with actual grass instead of what's been there for, tens of 20s of 30s of years since the Webb family got this property. And they just make so many improvements, like we talked about when we first got here, improving the timing system. You see this new timing tower right across from us right now, trying to make things much more accurate, and even the upgrades in the computer system where now, Bill, you're able to report not only to the hundredths, but to the thousandths. As these boats get faster, that's the last thing you want to see is a tie time. To a thousandth, yeah, that's really darn tough to do. And just making boat racing as accurate as we possibly can using the new technologies that they picked up here at Webb Slough.
By the way, a big thank you to Northwest Ford Stores, your local Ford dealers, sponsoring the races out here at Webb Slough. You can see their Northwest Ford Street Team booth right out there by the front gate. Check out their new Bronco Raptor. Yeah. 418 horsepower, 37-inch tires, locking differentials, performance suspension, factory-turned brakes. It's pretty awesome. And if you're into the electric vehicles, they've got the F-150 Power Boost, 7.2 kilowatts of onboard power, which translates to what, 250 miles an hour? Is that it, 250?
You're probably a little shy of 250. Yeah, I was going to say 430.
Translating kilowatts to miles per hour is kind of like, Fahrenheit to Celsius. But I think 7.2 kilowatts is somewhere in the range of 200, 250.
Well, not only that, but you could also plug a couple cables into the back of that brand new F-150 and pretty much have a Pink Floyd concert with all that power that thing has.
Yeah. I suggest you do that.
Bill, I wish you were here.
Somebody needs to contact Pink Floyd.
We're just two lost souls swimming in a fish bowl or a slough year after year. Twice a year sometimes, or all the time. Also, you can even see some of the classic rigs that they have over there, too. I not know much about the classic vehicles, but I see an old square-body Bronco sitting down there, too. That thing is absolutely beautiful.
And the Ford Woody is down there as well.
Yeah. A surfboard. Can we tie that surfboard on the back end of, like, Poor Decisions by chance? And just start yelling pull, see what happens?
Sure.
But yeah, things are always improving. Yes, you see the crew from the Northwest Ford dealerships out here, and it's always about bringing in new attractions here to Webb Slough. Oh, here we go. So we're just getting reports here on when we will be restarting the races here at Webb Slough. It won't be too much longer, so if you are out there in the campgrounds, start to prepare yourself if you decided to head back to your camper to make your way eventually back here to the terraces of Webb Slough for racing.
All right, so the word that we're getting from the race controller right now, everybody's putting their heads together. We've got the helicopter up in the air. We've got some folks that are headed up to the top of the hill. There is some conversations going on with the drivers. Again, this is all about safety, and that's part of the reason that we called a quick end to it with that lightning storm coming through, just to make sure that everyone was safe. So right now, everybody's putting their heads together, and we're going to see if we can get racing started real soon here at Webb Slough. One of the racers that you've seen out here today is Kyle Patrick. He's in the unlimited class, and he had probably what would have been one of the hottest runs in the unlimited class on the day going until, well, bank happened. And
you ain't talking about money bank either,
yeah,
are you?
No, I'm talking about the side bank. Had a chance to talk to Kyle Patrick. He has probably the most insane of the superboats out here, 1,500 horsepower. And that's with something like 13 pounds of boost. We had a chance to talk to him yesterday, and also his navigator, Chris Bowman. Chris was a longtime leader of the safety crews, not only here, but also at some of the other sprint boat venues. Had a chance to talk to them yesterday about this particular power craft, a little bit about racing down under, and more at yesterday's show and shine.
Well, Kyle, first off, welcome back to St. John. Been a while since we've seen you here. Of course, you've raced for a number of years, 400 class, moved up to the super boats, cruised down under, raced down there for a while. Welcome back. So, you weren't, you told me a story before we got on here, and I've got to say, you're the only person I've ever talked to that actually knows how much that DHL charges to ship a boat by air.
It was ridiculous, and we did not do it. So last year we looked at, for the winter, shipping the boats down, and we kept missing it, the big boat. So we were kind of getting desperate, so I looked into FedEx and DHL. And FedEx was better than DHL, but DHL was $60,000 one way, air freight. I mean, I would have the boat there in a couple days, but too rich for my skin. And then FedEx was 32 grand. So we were like, nope, I guess we're not going.
Well, where I work, we, go between FedEx and DHL, and I can tell you, if it had been DHL, it would have either been broken or it could have actually gone in like 3 or 4 different envelopes.
Well, but I would have been able to file a good complaint since my brother flies for him.
Okay, fair enough. This thing's got an amazing engine in the back of it. Talk a little bit about it.
So I had HRE Glen Head in New Zealand build this motor. We are 1,500 horsepower on the dyno, 1,200 foot-pounds of torque, and we're only pushing 13 pounds of pressure for the turbo. So they cranked it up to 17, told me it was angry, and I don't want to do that. So, but when he ran the World Series, basically the same motor, he was running 29 pounds of boost and over 2,000 horsepower. So you want a good engine, HRE in New Zealand, they build the best.
All right, now I want to say that, I've watched you race over the years. I've seen you go through a variety of different navigators, but Chris, of his navigators, you are definitely the ugliest.
And probably the biggest. but I probably have the least fear of everybody that's been in this boat.
You've been around you've been around sprint boat racing for a long time, safety crews, working on tracks, navigating to an extent. I mean, you've been around for years.
Yes, I have. I mean, almost 21 years. And doing the safety coordinator for 11 years and building tracks. And now I get to be Kyle's navigator and my best friend, and we get to build stuff for the boat and make the boat pretty and fast.
I like it. You get to make it pretty. I've never heard you say anything like that before.
Well, look at the top. I mean, we get to make cool stuff, and now I get to ride in it, so it makes my day.
Well, it's a heck of a boat. I mean, this is something.
It is. It is. My biggest issue is that it has so much power that I can't talk on the intercom when we go around corners. So that's a learning curve that I got to work on. Is I can't shut up, but if I'm in a boat, I can't talk. So
he needs to be in the boat more, Kyle.
Exactly. Yeah, that's why I put him in the boat. So that's the only way I could shut him up. And the first time he went in the boat, he forgot to breathe too.
I can't hold my breath for 54 seconds easily.
Seriously, you didn't breathe at all?
At all. No, as soon as we got back, I was like, he's like, did you not breathe? I was like, nope.
Okay, this is a really interesting rotation, to say the least. It's got some pretty tight stuff in the center, coming out fast. into some squirrely stuff, going back into fast, more squirrely. Are there times when too much power is a thing?
No. No. I don't have to use it, but when I want it, it's there.
Yeah.
So this boat, unlike other boats, you have to have throttle control. So I can't, you'll never see me open it up on this track. It's just too small. But sometimes the slower I go in this boat, the faster it is. So, but the cornering, it is absolutely amazing how this thing sticks on the water. So in the last few years, I've learned sometimes you go around something slower, you actually go faster. So, yeah.
All right. Well, Kyle, I can't wait to see you on the water. Good luck, man, and tear it up.
Thanks.
And Chris, good to see you back.
Good to see you. Thank you.
All right, Kyle Patrick and Chris Bowman, a couple of our racers out here in the unlimited class. And welcome to Webb Slough as we take a bit of a weather break because of some lightning and had a little bit of hail apparently earlier, at least in some spots. So we're waiting right now to find out when we're going to be able to bring racing again. We're waiting for the helicopter to land, and we're going to have a chat with our helicopter guy and see what that says and what he says as far as what he is seeing up above us, since he has a bird's eye view of what's happening. And that, of course, our pilot from Inland Helicopters, where if you want to get a ride, you can. If you go down there by the ticket booth, you'll see a little bridge that kind of walks over to the landing area over there, and it's $60 a ride. They can carry up to 3 people. So if you want to take a helicopter ride and kind of see what things look like from the air here at Webb Slough, you can take a look at that. We want to thank Peters and Keats Equipment, your local family-owned heavy equipment, truck, trailer, rental, and sales company. A proud new sponsor of Sprint Boat Racing at Webb Slough, providing the weather truck, the water truck that keeps the dust under control. You probably saw them out there watering down the driveways through the course of last night and a little bit today. Make sure that you discover the difference at Peters and Keats. If you're looking to rent, sell, buy, well, they can help you out. That's Peters and Keats Equipment. Also, a thank you to Paradise Creek Brewery for brewing the Slough Brew, which is a nice hazy ale that actually is not overly hopped. Normally, the pale ales can be kind of heavy on the hop side. Not this. This goes down way too easy. But Paradise Creek Brewery is located in Pullman. They've got their Paradise Creek Brewery downtown restaurant and trailside tap room located in Pullman. Also, M&M Harrison Electric. They have helped us out in so many different ways, bringing power down to Vendor Row and doing upgrades on the electrical grid here and the infrastructure at Webb Slough, and we appreciate all the work that they put in here at the Slough. Also, a big thank you to Star Rentals. You know, when time is money and people depend on you, well, you need to have the equipment when you need it, and it needs to be reliable, and that's what you'll find at Star Rentals, where they have extensively trained employees. They're fast, they're responsive, and they are totally no hassle when it comes to the building and the billing. 100 years of service. They're the oldest, largest, and most reliable independent rental company in the entirety of the Pacific Northwest. Also, a big thank you to Garco Construction, your partner for building excellence since 1978. Delighted to be a sponsor of Sprint Boat Racing at Webb Slough. You can enjoy the journey with Garco. Hard to believe that here we are in the middle of June and temperatures are only about 59 degrees, and we're looking at rain showers and even a little bit of lightning rolling through the area. I don't think we've ever had, as far as I know, a weather stoppage here at Webb Slough, but lightning is something that you don't screw around with unless you're one of those people in Florida that likes carrying an umbrella in a lightning storm. If you're not one of those people, then probably, no, you want to avoid it, and that's what we're trying to do out here, just to keep everyone safe, the racers safe. and just keep things as safe as possible. Here at Webb Slough, waiting to get word right now from the helicopter who has just landed over there. Matt, as in Matt Webb, as in Webb Slough, doing a check-in with our helicopter operator to get an idea of kind of what the weather fronts look like and what's moving through and where it's going. So hopefully here in a little bit we'll be able to give you the thumbs up and we'll be back to racing. Just finishing up on the 400 class, of course, where the racing really picked up in the third qualifier. So, we do lost and found, and over the years we've done lost wallets, we've done lost cell phones, and we've done lost purses, lost keys, and this is a first. Somebody has lost their titanium bike lock. So if you see a titanium bike lock, please take it down to the souvenir booth, and you can, well, help make somebody happy who's lost their titanium bike lock. You would think you would keep something like that locked up, but okay, so they didn't. Okay, so we have birthdays. And so who's having the birthday?
Dan Boucher.
How old is Dan?
He's 60 years old today.
Happy birthday to Dan Boucher, the 60-year-old. Happy birthday to Dan Boucher. Also, happy birthday to Kira. She's actually the niece of Samantha Christ of the Juggernaut boat. Samantha Christ's niece is celebrating her sweet 16 out here, so congratulations going out to Kira. And also, we want to say, wish you were here to Bill and Judy of the Go Fast team. They are not out here, so, but their crew folks said they're going to be watching the stream. Please say, you know, we miss them, and we hope that they're back. And, well, Bill and Judy, we miss you. Even if we knew who you were, we miss you. You are missed. We miss you. All right, so here's what's going on. We got the report from the helicopter pilot, and now the race officials are putting their voluminous heads together. They have gigantic heads. They're like pumpkin-sized heads. They're hideously sized heads. They're putting their heads together, and they're deciding what we're going to do next and when we're going to do it. So we'll await for the official yay or nay, which hopefully is going to be coming up in the next 5 minutes here, as it's kind of nice, at least from this vantage point, seeing a patch of blue up there. Would like to see more blue. Next race coming up here August 24th at Webb Slough. You can get your tickets now. That, of course, last race of the season here at the Slough. Again on August 24th. Greenboro is the official screen printer and embroiderer for Webb Slough. They pride themselves on great custom designs, and they offer great personal friendly service to their customers with in-house customized screen printing as well as embroidery. Their dedicated employees are there to make you look better. They're located in the historic Hilliard neighborhood of Spokane and also online at greenboro.com. That is GREEBRNBURO.com. greenburo.com. If you've got a screen printing need, an embroidery project, you've got something you need for your sports teams, or whether you're just looking for some maybe company tees and swag, well, you need Greenboro. Also, Gateway Materials and Trailers, your one-stop anything metal shop. Steel, aluminum, stainless steel, CNC cutting and manufacturing. They've got a full line of trailers and equipment to dump enclosed goosenecks, anything, they've got you covered. Locally owned and operated in Lewiston, Idaho. They've been at it for over 50 years. So the 400 class definitely shaped up to be the interesting class on the day. With the first 3 runs in the third qualifier, everybody, all 3, bringing it in the fastest times in the class on the day, all in the 37-second range. That would be Leighton Lilly and Cody Holzer in boat 27, Preventing Insanity. They had a 37.56. Phil Miller, of course, and Samantha Hughes in the number 22 Punisher boat with a 37.117. And then they were followed by Pure Insanity with River Rogers in the driver's seat. Cole Keats as the navigator, boat 285, threw down a 37.613. So definitely a great rivalry turning up late in the qualifiers amongst boats 27, 22, and 285, with all of them bringing it in under 38 seconds. So some pretty great racing going on there. Also some great racing in the unlimited class, with 2 boats in particular separated by only 7/100ths of a second, and that would be boat 69 Overkill with Dennis Hughes and Samantha Hughes with a 36.895, and then Stars and Stripes boat 96M with a 36.822. So some great racing going on there. Still waiting to see as well about the bootlegger boat 33M. Eric Werner was in the driver's seat and was throwing down a hot lap when, of course, he had hit a bank, which took the air out, but obviously a really fast boat, and so we'll be waiting to see what happens there. Same goes for Psycho Racing with Kyle Patrick and Chris Bowman. I mean, in their first go-around, and they were going slow, had a 40, then on an extremely fast run, grabbed a bank, clogged the pump, still managed to put down a 66. That's another boat to be watching out here at Webb Slough as we get back into the unlimited class. Modifieds, pretty interesting. 3 boats in the 41 range there as well, with the Juggernaut being the fastest with a 41.057, followed by Checkmate, boat 55 with a 41.667, and Slippery Pickle, Jesse Denton and Terry Lang in boat 611 with a 41.743. So 3 tight times there. 3 tight times, of course, in the 400 class, and a couple of really tight times in the unlimited. So we will get to see those rivalries hopefully starting fairly soon as our race officials do the conference. You know, they had to set up the computers so they could do the whole Zoom meeting. So what do you want to do? I can't see you. Turn your camera on. And we'll be finding out shortly what the decision is being made there. And we'll get the safety crews and everybody back out into their positions and complete the third qualifier, run through the fourth qualifier, probably take about a 10-minute break, and put together what is going to be the 8 cut, and then get into, of course, the money rounds. Here at Webb Slough on this cloudy, unstable Saturday afternoon here in lovely eastern Washington and St. John. I noticed that the business hasn't slowed down in the beer garden. You okay over in the beer garden? You guys keeping well hydrated? Yeah, they are. It's the way it always goes. They get louder as the day goes on. Up here on the VIP booth, are you guys staying hydrated? All right. Surrounded by beer. You can tell by the end of the day the lies are going to be flowing. All right, so the race officials are now meeting with the racers to see what happens next. Man, this seems like something that would be happening on Capitol Hill, the way this is. All right, let's go talk to the lobbyists. Okay, let's go talk to the donors. Okay, well, let's go talk to the legislators. Okay, and now they're fighting. If you've ever wanted to take helicopter flight lessons, by the way, inland helicopters, besides being out here and giving people rides, they also, as part of their business model, besides just giving rides to people, their business model also includes teaching people how to fly helicopters. So if you've ever wanted to, if you want to head over there and ask for a business card, they will definitely hook you up, and who knows, you could get your wings. Thanks again to Valence Mission Critical Technologies. They're supplying the communications equipment here at Webb Slough. They've got over 21 years of experience, and they've been serving first responders, EMS, fire, and beyond. And they do an amazing job because they realize that when it comes to emergency services, well, it is critical that those folks be able to communicate with each other in the worst of conditions. And Valence absolutely can rise to the occasion and keep those folks communicating in the worst of conditions. That is Valence, recognizing that every second counts in an emergency situation. So they are very dedicated to provide the highest level of expertise, support, and equipment when it comes to optimizing your communications technology for efficiency and, most importantly, for reliability. So Valence Mission Critical Technologies, your Northwest partner in critical communications. Also, have you ever wanted to get an Indian motorcycle? And I don't know if you've ever checked out the Indians or not, but if you're into motorcycles, they are beautiful. They're made here in the U.S. The Scouts, they've got a couple of different types of Scouts, and of course the Indian Chief, that 100 horsepower Scout, awesome bike. Well, you can actually get them locally at All Sports. All Sport is located in Spokane and across the border over in Coeur d'Alene. Been around since about 1984. Doesn't make any difference whether you're looking for a street bike like an Indian, or dirt bikes or ATVs, UTVs, snowmobiles, scooters, personal watercraft, even generators, carrying a full line of Polaris Indian products, also Yamaha, Honda, and KTM, all under one roof. Located in Liberty Lake, Washington, easy to find just off I-90 at Barker Road. And they have added the full line of KTM street and dirt bikes to the showroom. So drop on by and take a look, or check them out online at allsportracing.com. You're going to see all of their recent models, and if it's pre-owned you're looking for, they have a huge selection and can set you up on a new set of wheels. So right now, according to the race officials, we're in the herding cats process. That means they're finding racers and saying, what do you want to do? What do you want to do? You feel good going out there. What are we going to do? I don't know if they're taking a straw poll. I don't know whether they're actually, doing mail-in balloting. Not sure how they're pulling it off. but they are talking. If you want a sprint boat, if you've actually said to yourself, you're out here watching this today, or you've been out to previous races, and you've considered a sprint boat, you will notice down there right by the Overkill booth and right in front of the Bagel Authority, you're going to see a Hunter's Orange boat 285 turnkey operation. You got the trailer, you got the boat, you got the pump, you got the motor, you got a boat. And I notice a couple of people standing by it right now, including a guy in a red and black baseball cap that has no clue that I'm really talking about him right now. And if you're thinking about a boat, don't let that guy get it. He looks goofy. He's just a goofy looking dude. But boat 285 down there. Go take a look. And maybe you'll say to yourself, I could be racing that. I think I will be racing that. I want to race that. A lot of different crew merchandise located down there in Vendor Row. Also an ATM down there for your convenience. And, of course, tomorrow morning starting 8 o'clock down there, the local area sports teams are doing a pancake breakfast. It's going to start at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Safety crew members, we need you back on the islands because we're going to start racing again. I knew you were going to like that. All right, start making a lot of noise so the safety crew hears you. Noise. Safety crew, that is your call to hit the islands so we can start racing again. So we are going to get things back underway. Safety crew members, wherever you are here on the grounds, we need to have you back in your positions out there on the islands so that you can stand out there in just the sweltering heat. So safety crew members, race officials, we need you back in your positions. Race officials, if you can get back to your respective positions, it would be greatly appreciated, and I think the crowd would like it. Would the crowd like that if the race crews got back to where they were supposed to be? I thought so. It's unanimous. So, race officials, if you could get back to your place of work. Safety crew members, if we could get you back on the islands. Safety crew, we're calling you back. Racing is going to start. Racers are down in the pits getting themselves ready to go. All right, our first boat out when we get back to racing, we're still waiting for our safety crews to get back out there, will be boat 360. That will be the last boat in the 400s in this third qualifier. And that is the Jolly Rogers 360 with Chris Farmer and Jennifer Farmer. And they will be the first out, and then we will get in to the Unlimiteds. That will be followed by the Unlimited class. Safety crew, wherever you are, we need you back. Safety crew, we need you back to your positions, please. Safety crew, please return to your positions. Safety crew. Waiting for the safety crew members to get back. We've got all of our officials ready to go. So at this point, what we're waiting for are our safety crews. Hi. I'm surprising people that are just sitting here and I'm talking behind them. Oh, thank you. Anyway, walking up here around the VIP area. Nice view of the track up here. See a few of the safety crew members making their way back with their thermal cod pieces. Our first boat out, of course, in the 400 class. Then we get into the unlimiteds in a third qualifier. Notice some of the Jeeps starting to move some of the boats down at this point. which is a good sign. Realize this wasn't what anybody was expecting today, but we're glad everybody hanging out. All right, looks like the Island Hoppers starting to make their way down. All right, so you came here to the race, and we have this break, and during the break, you've been thinking to yourself, I wish I had a puppy. And you have puppies?
Yeah,
How many?
6.
6 puppies? What kind?
St. Bernards.
Okay, so if you want a huge puppy and you've got a front end loader to clean up your yard, where do you go to find and see the St. Bernard puppies?
I don't know. Wait, hold on.
She'll meet you at the souvenir booth. She's wearing a brown, wetter the better, Webb Slough jersey and a baseball cap with a happy tangerine. So, what's your name?
Madison Booth.
Okay, go see Madison at the souvenir booth down there, and she'll talk to you about adopting St. Bernard puppies. Yes, it's him. Hi. All right, so I hear boats starting.
Okay, you were trying to.
Okay. Okay, so we are going to see, apparently, boat 85, which picked up a DNF in the Q3, they had closed the course, so they're going to get another shot for a third qualifying run. That would be boat 85, Knuckin' the Futz. First boat out is going to be boat 360 in the 400 class, so they're going to get their third qualifying run. And the first out will be boat 360, the Jolly Rogers boat with Chris and Jennifer Farmer. So they are getting warmed up there in the start pool as other boats start making their way down onto the launch. And we're ready to get racing going again. So, for folks that are watching on the live stream, welcome back to Webb Slough, where we're getting ready to launch boat 360. I want to thank all those folks online watching us from, all points around the globe, down in New Zealand, in Australia, also in Oregon and Washington, California, Idaho, and beyond. Thanks for watching the stream here on YouTube and also on Facebook. Of course, anybody that's at the track today, if you want to go back and watch some of the runs, you can do that. Runs will be posted in their entirety on YouTube. If you look for the Webb Slough channel, you'll find it and be able to watch today's race and see pictures of yourself in the crowd. Look at you. So boat 360. Looks like our safety crew in place. Just waiting for the go-ahead from our race director. And he stopped his engine. It's one thing about these boats, weight is always a consideration. They're always looking for ways to shed a pound here, a few ounces there. And so one of the things about fuel is they don't really take any more fuel out than it's going to take to get them around the track to keep that weight down. And it looks like that boat 360 is off the trailer. We're going to start racing. All right, here we go. Track is hot, the green flag is up, and we're racing. Again, this is the 400 class, the boat 360, part of Team Jolly Rogers. One more turn and he's got it. He's good. All right, we're back at it. And a time unofficially of 44.89 for boat number 360. So 44.895 for boat 360. That will bring up boat 85. Boat 85. Knuckin' Futz. Brad Castle and Dakota Hembach. They literally shut the course down in the middle of their last run. And so they're giving them a chance to do it again. This appears to be his best run today. Looking pretty smooth going through. And here we go. We've got one turn left to go. He gets it done. And he gets his best time so far today. Unofficially 48.43. So 48.430 for boat 85. And that ends the third qualifier for the 400 class. So that will roll us into the Unlimiteds. Line up at the first three boats in the Unlimiteds. Boat 99M will be first out with TNT Racing, followed by boat 69 Overkill, and then boat 96M Stars and Stripes. So far it's been kind of a rough day of racing for boat 99M with a DNS. Did not start in their very first go around in the Q1, and then a DNF after a wrong turn in their second qualifier. So one of only two boats that so far hasn't qualified today, and that is Tim Cummings in the driver's seat along with Jess Godzall in the navigators and passenger seat. Part of TNT Racing. So the first boat's out, 99M. Manages to do in that big, fast 33M boat, the bootlegger's boat. He was laying down a run that could very well have been among the fastest in the class and on the track today if it wasn't for the fact that he hit the bank and had a DNF. So we'll wait to see if this 33M boat that earlier during one of the interviews he was talking about, he said this boat is amazing. And this is a guy that has taken first in a number of different boats over the course of the years. Absolutely loves it. So .99M is chugging away, and it's coming in off the trailer. So, third qualifying round for the Unlimiteds, about to get underway. It's coming up to the start channel. Track is now officially hot. And he gets the green flag, and he's off. And a DNF, and that's it for him. All right, so he's got one last chance to qualify coming up in the fourth qualifier. And if he doesn't manage to do it, that is the end of the day of racing for him, which will roll us now into boat 69 Overkill with Dennis and Samantha Hughes. So far, he has the second fastest run in the Unlimiteds today, just behind boat 96M Stars and Stripes, which will be the next boat out. Dennis and Samantha Hughes. Here comes Overkill. Putting in a hot run. Here we go. Coming through the chicane and around the top. Nicely done. Hot run, and it's good. .248. So not his fastest. He had a 39.3 followed by a 36.8 and now a 38.4. So again, boat 69 overkill with a 38.248. With boat 96M now ready to roll. So far today, the fastest time on the course was put down by our next boat, Stars and Stripes, with Bert Roberts and Luke Stewart. Their fast run was a 36.822. Right after boat 96M, we'll have 33MB, one of those tag team boats. Eric Werner will be driving the bootlegger boat, with Josh Reynolds being the navigator. .96M now off the trailer as he gets spun around and makes his way to the start channel. Carrying a lot of speed into the chicane. Looks like he grabbed a little bit of bank there. Everything's okay. He stays in. 2 more turns and it's done. And it's clean. All right, so our official time, 37.716. 37.716 for boat 96M Stars and the Stripes. So Bert Roberts. Boat 33M off the trailer. The bootlegger boat with Eric Werner in the driver's seat. Had kind of a weird issue in the first run. Started off very slow, and then all of a sudden it was off like a rocket. As a result, he had a time of 50.37 in the DNF, the second qualifier. All right, here we go. Boat is fast. And it's good. Clean run. 38. 38.387 for the bootleggers, 33M. Boat 02 on the way. Purple and green live wire. Von Trapp and Matt Denson. And he gets it done. With his best run today, 46.41. 46.413. Pure Insanity, 258U coming up. All right, Pure Insanity, 285U. Old timer Ryan Rogers returning. And it's good. So his previous clean run was a 43.097. And this go around, 41.093. So he carves off just a hair over 2 seconds. And that gets us to Dylan Cummings. TNT Racing, boat 66M. So their best was a 47.677. They had a DNS, did not start in the second qualifier. And now looking to see if they can bring a little heat on this particular run. Dylan Cummings, Mike McEnany in boat 66M. Part of the TNT Racing team. Bringing it in off the trailer. And it's clean. 44.63. 44.630. So he knocks off a good 3 seconds from his first and until now only qualifying run. As Kyle Patrick gets ready to rock it. 151M is the boat. Psycho Racing, Kyle Patrick, Chris Bowman. He hung up on a bank on his last run. If you remember, he got turned around literally in the middle of the channel and continued on to put down a 66.8. It's a fast boat. Right in here where he got hung up before. This is going to be a fast run. And it's clean, 38.6. .667 for boat 151M Psycho Racing. Boat 556 scratched for the day, so that brings us to 33M A. So Eric Werner driving the boat before. Owner Ron Gallagher right in the driver's seat now. See how he does through the chicane there. This is probably the best run I've ever seen Ron Gallagher do. Oh yeah! He gets it. 39.41. .415. Ron has been around for a number of years in a number of different boats, but this boat that he's got now, for a guy that's driven for 12 years, this boat in particular, pretty awesome. All right, back to modified class. This is boat 208, Jolly Rogers. TJ's got a pretty good run going here. His fourth and final qualifying run. 42.41. Clean run. .417. Boat 03. It has been, to say the least, an ignominious day for Selden Glebe as the driver of 03 Full Tilt. 3 runs, 3 DNFs. He just has not been able to figure out this particular course. He has one last chance, and this is it, to get a qualifying run. So what will happen? Will it be a wrong turn? So far, no. But the run is young. Yeah, he has no GPS or maps in this thing. That's one thing. You cannot have a copy of the track in the boat. All has to be from memory. All right, 3 turns. 1, 2. He did it! He gets the moral victory. $67.17. So he not only gets a clean run, but he also sets the record for the slowest lap. So congratulations going out to Selden. He gets a twofer. 154A, Purcell Racing, Jeff Purcell and James Goldberg. Jeff DNF'd in his first and third qualifier. Had a 52 and change in his second. And it's clean. Official time, 49.731 for boat 154A, Purcell Racing. Boat 5-5, Checkmate. Frank and Kelly Toftmark. Best run came in their third qualifier with a 41.667. Which would have given them the second fastest time in the class today, their last run. Let's see if they can improve on that. For the most part, after the break, because of the weather, times have been a little bit slower than the faster times earlier in the day. And it's good. Nicely done. 41.512 is best time so far today. And in the class, that is the second fastest time on the day. Fastest time in the class, in the modified class, was boat 86, Juggernaut, Jason and Samantha Christ. They had a 41.057. So I can guarantee you we will see boat 55 coming up when we get into the 8 cut that'll be ahead. At least 3 different boats have come in at the little over 41. And all of them will likely make it in. Boat 50 is monkey business. And he gets the DNF. So he had one clean qualifying run, and that was in the 3rd, where he pulled a 56.009. And another DNS. DNF, pardon me. All right, Juggernaut. So far, the fastest boat in the modifieds today in terms of time. It's boat 86. It's good, and the fastest time in the class today. .775. Congratulations to Jason and Samantha Christ. Another great run, and that is the only boat in the modified class to bring it in under 41 seconds so far. So 6:11 on the way. The slippery pickle. Everyone loves a well-lubed pickle. Jesse spun out, hung the bank, and that is a DNF. Well, likely, it is a given pretty much that we will see Slippery Pickle again. One of just 3 boats in the class to come in under 42 seconds. So he's definitely going to be in the 8 cut. You'll be able to see them race again, so he'll get another chance at it. He's had a pretty great day of racing, really. Been spot on until that flub coming in just too wide and then overcorrecting. See, the unfortunate thing is that Jesse's name is not Rick, because then we could call him Pickle Rick. And for fans of Rick and Morty, you know what I'm referring to. So, Pickle Jesse. All right, 145, poor decisions. That, by the way, is P-O-U-R decisions. Because like all great ideas, the idea to get a boat was fueled by beer for Jason. That must be fun, waking up in the morning and having somebody tell you, do you know you bought a boat last night? What? I did. .145 is on the water. Your best run was a 30. Gets it done. So unofficially 46.18. .181 for boat 145. So 154B on the way and making it out right now. James Gold. It's good. And it's his pad. No, it's not. 43.87. 43.878. His best was a 43.618. So he's pretty much got that thing topped out in the 43 and change range. Just under 44. And taking just a quick glance at some of the numbers, we'll likely see him again coming up in the 8 cut. So the fastest 8 boats out of the class will make it into the 8 cut based on their fastest time. Each judged on its fastest time. Eric Petring in the saddle and Bad Idea. Yeah, he's pretty much got that thing topped out. 49.51. So boat 509 with an official time of 49.519. And boat 666 will have its last run in the qualifiers and will be the last boat out in the modifieds in this fourth qualifying series of runs. Clean at 45.25. And that's the way that you want to end it, because that is his fastest time. So boat 666, way she goes with a 45.251. So we had some folks came up and said, we want you to say something cool about our friend who is having a birthday today, Donna V. And they wouldn't tell me what the V stood for, but Donna V is having a birthday. So the V either stands for victory, vivacious, or virgin. I don't know. But Donna, happy birthday. .400 class. Here we go. All right, our fastest boats in the class today have been boat 27, boat 22, and boat 285. All three of them are the first boats out. Boat 27 with Leighton Lilly and Cody Holzer, Preventing Insanity. Their best time was a 37.565. They're in the middle of the pack in the top three. 37.117, the fastest time in the class so far. A chance to beat that here in the fourth qualifier. And Leighton Lilly comes out hard and fast. I'm really surprised this switchback today. We haven't seen more problems there. Actually, I haven't seen any. That's usually a problem place. And Leighton putting down a scorching run. It's good. .260. 38.260 for boat 27. So he will be judged on his fastest time of 37.565. With boat 22. The fastest boat in the class so far. The Punisher, Bill Miller, Samantha Hughes. It's good. 37.40. Boat 22, the Punisher, with a time of 37.408. So for the 8 cut, he'll be considered for his best time, which was a 37.117, and there's a reason why I say that, because it will be the slowest boats to the fastest boats in the 8 cut based on their qualifying times. All right, Pure Insanity, 285. River Rogers, Cole Keats, 6-1 in his last run. And he's putting down a hot lap. Clean run. He's in the unlimited class times with a 36.63. All right, 36.637. That is the fastest time in the 400s today. So assuming nobody comes in any faster than that in the 8 cuts, he will be the last of the racers to come out. He is automatically going to be in the 8 cut. So he just keeps getting better throughout the day. Started with a 43, went to a 40, a 37, and then a 36. As Valerie 09 takes the course. River is the youngest racer out here, and he is getting it done in the 400 class. Rogers, 285, Pure Insanity, just coming out. Jesse and his wife, Kaylin. And it's good. So his official time is 40.503. His best run was way back in Q2 with a 40.087. And I have to say, it's really nice to see a little bit more of the sunlight. Hooligans in the pool. Boat 7-11. That's good. 46.83. So boat 711, Hooligan, 46.838. So he pretty much is pushing that boat to its limits. He's had 3 runs, all in the 46-second range, his best being a 46.515. As bank shot, Daryl Healy and Michael Ostrom take their last turn around the track in the 4th qualifier, boat number 12, bank shot. Hangs it up. He's still in it. And he gets it done. He gets a clean run in a dirty way, a 50.18. .189, boat number 12, bank shot. Been kind of a rough day for boat 360. Starting off with a couple of did not starts, and then finally getting a run in the 3rd qualifier of 44.895. Chris Farmer and Jennifer Farmer. Wait a minute. Yeah! Way to get it done. And then picks up the DNF. Well, it looked cool. We give him credit for looking cool. So, a goofy run and a DNF. Boat 360, Jolly Rogers. Two more boats in the 400 class. Our next to last is boat 21. Larry Steele, Chris Mulderig, Wano Loco. is clean. And he gets his fastest run today with a time of 48.595. So saves his best for last, 48.595, with boat 85 is Nuckin Futz, Brad Castle, and Dakota Hembach. He's looking a little more tentative than he was in his last run. And it's good. For 6.773. And that ends the 400s and the final qualifier for the 400 class. And stepping to the top in the 400s in the fourth and final qualifier was Pure Insanity, River Rogers and Cole Keats. The 19-year-old plant his foot in it. He's improved every single run so far today in boat 285. Started off with a 43.9, then went to a 40.9, then a 37.6, and in his last run, a 36.6. So the 19-year-old bringing the steam in the fourth qualifier. So he will be the last boat when we get into the 8 cut that you'll see on the course in the 400 class. So not sure where 99M is, but boat 69 coming out next. Boat 69, Overkill. Dennis among the top 3 boats in the unlimited class so far today. It's good. So boat 69 gets a 37.32 something. 37.324. Best run so far today for Dennis Hughes in boat 69 was a 36.895. And this will be the last chance for boat 99M. A DNS, 2 DNFs. And one last chance to try and make it into the 8 cut. Oh no! And he kisses hay. And so that ends a day of racing for boat 99M. People over there in vendor row having a good seat for that one. As he kisses the bail. Lost power coming out, and you have no water going through that pump. You have 0 steering. I'd have to say he left the biggest skid mark of the day. I think so. I think that was a sizable skid mark. So they're going to try to pull him out. I'm not sure if they get him in the water, whether he's going to be even able to get that thing started. That's one of the problems he's had most of the days. And right now the safety crew trying to decide what's going to be the easiest way to exit this boat. Whether we get a visit from Tugboat Timmy or whether we see him up on a Jeep. Nice thing about the accidents that we've had out here today, they've been relatively mild, so that's good for the drivers and for the boats. So Tim Cummings' day of racing has come to an end. So we want to remind you to grab yourself some cotton candy today, because that goes to the St. John PTO, Parent Teachers Organization, and the proceeds from that help the students and the teachers with learning activities and classroom supplies. And it looks like, yes, I think, it looks like Tugboat Timmy! The legend of Timmy continues. Our first responder of broken boats, Tugboat Timmy. With a learner's permit in 2 separate states. Tugboat Timmy makes the corner. He finds his prey. Okay, will he get wedged between the islands? That's what we all want to know. No, he doesn't. Give it up for Timmy. He's fist pumping. He made it past. And both the driver and the navigator out of the boat. He needs one of those Trojan helmets with one of those push brooms on the top of it. Like Marvin the Martian from the Warner Brothers cartoons. So anyway, if you'd like to support the students, teachers, the activities here in St. John, the St. John Parent Teacher Organization, they're selling their stuff over there. Also, you can help out the FFA. They've got their booth over on Bender Row. They're raising money to head back to the National Future Farmers of America Convention in Indianapolis coming in this fall. Indianapolis, Indiana. Anything you can do to help them out would be greatly appreciated. A lot of different school groups being helped out here at Webb Slough. Also, the Community Moms Club. I want to thank all of the folks for coming in today. They have always donated all of their profits to nonprofits here in the St. John area. This year, they're going to be donating to the St. John Community Club, where Matt and Amanda of Webb Slough are greatly involved, and they're also going to be funding their annual Easter egg hunt that the 4-H Club does. They're also still taking donations for the Honor Flight. Honor Flight, if you're not familiar with it, they take our veterans back to Washington, D.C. so they can see their respective monuments. World War II vets, not many of them left, but the few that are, they still try to get them back there. Our Korean War vets and also Vietnam War era vets. Honor Flight, pretty awesome organization. I get to go on my very first Honor Flight at the end of September. Get to be a assistant to one of the vets that go back. All the veterans for the Honor Flight, they go for free. All of their airfare, lodging, transportation, everything they receive for free. Honor Flight really is an awesome organization with chapters, a couple of different areas in Washington, also in Oregon. So anytime you can support Honor Flight, that's great. And you can do that with the Community Mothers Club with their booth over there on Vendor Row. All right, we're going to get back to racing with Stars and Stripes, boat 99M, which has been in the thick of the battle today. And, okay, they got it. Was going to do a audible out to the timers to reset the timing clock. They beat me to it. All right, track is hot. Flag is up. Green flag is down, and Stars and Stripes off. Last run for them today. Their best was a 36.882 back in the second qualifier. They've got a nice run going in here. Really smooth. Oh man, he made that look so easy. 36.16. And that is our fastest run all day. 36.162. Just going back and checking to make sure that's right. And yeah. As a matter of fact, he is the only boat in the 400 class to bring it in under 37 seconds, and he's done it twice today. I take that back. Dennis Hughes had a 36.8, but still the fastest boat today, 36.162. Goes to Slough 86M. Eric Werner in 33M, the bootlegger boat. And he's coming out charging hard. And this is going to be a fast run. Comes around the top island. He's just got a couple of corners to go, and he's going to bring it in clean. And he does. And all of a sudden, Eric Werner right up there at the top with a 36.86. $36.861 for boat 33M, the bootleggers, Eric Werner and Josh Reynolds. That is a fast boat. So he will be in the 8 Cup. Boat 02, live wire, Von Trapp, Matt Denson. His best was a 46.41 third qualifier. He came in so wide on those last 2 corners, but he gets it done. $46.21. 46.213, and that's Von Trapp's fastest run today. In boat 2M, the live wire. Pure Insanity on the way. 285U, Ryan Rogers in the driver's seat of Pure Insanity. His son River running the fastest time in the 400 class as part of Team Pure Insanity. It's good. And he gets his best run with a 40.12, 40.128. Pure Insanity, boat 285. So he's looking really good in his last run. So boat 66M on the trailer, but not in the water yet, with boat 151. Psycho Racing, they've got their engine started. Not sure whether 151 is going to come out next or boat 66. Okay, 66 just getting started. Okay, so boat 66M, Dylan Cummings, his last shot. His best was a 44.6. In his return to sprint boat racing after a fairly long hiatus, raced as a teen, took off time to start a family, get married, kind of get his life set, and back to racing. Wide. And the run is clean. 44.74 it looks like. 44.745. That is boat 66M TNT Racing. And that brings us to boat 151M. Kyle's best run, his last, 38.667. Chris Bowman, his navigator. Chris, a longtime safety crew member, actually led safety teams for a number of years. Fast run. It's good. 38.27. .277. So Kyle shaving off about 0.4 of a second to bring in his fastest lap. And our last boat, 33M, Bootleggers, Ron Gallagher. Ron had what I think was probably one of his best runs ever in the third qualifier. He's driven a variety of different boats, but this one is pretty special. We saw it a little while ago with Eric Werner in the driver's seat. Ron is the owner. Man, this boat hooks up so nice. Oh, wide, hangs up on the bank. No. No, he says, no. And he's going to be wide there. He was. It's good. And with all of that, he still gets a 39.44. So 39.443. Had it not been for a couple of times when he hung up on the bank, he definitely would have brought that in under 39 seconds. So wide in a couple of the corners, but otherwise he gets a decent time, and that is going to round it out and round it up for our qualifying runs. So far, some pretty good racing today when we've got boats in the water. We're going to take now, because at this point the timer comes together and puts together the 8 cut and the order that they're going to come out. And joining me up here in the announcer booth, a long-time racer here at Webb Slough, racing in not only the modifieds and winning it a number of times, but also in the super boats. Always the only Ford out on the track, boat 049, Robert Cox. Rob, welcome.
Oh, thank you, Bill. Glad to be here. It's a little different being on this side of the fence, unfortunately.
Yeah, so for folks that are fans of the Ford, what happened?
Yeah, so we were actually, the boat was all completely done. A couple loose ends to button up. We were warming the motor up on Monday, checking a few last things before we put it in the trailer to come down, and we actually sheared off the front of the crankshaft, which is kind of a weird failure.
That is weird.
Yeah, luckily I actually shut the motor off before it had a complete failure, so we have reason to believe that the rest of the motor is okay. Unfortunately, that is a long lead time item and a fairly costly part.
Long lead time, in other words, what, logistically it just takes a long time to get it, the usual?
Yeah, unless somebody's got one that happens to be sitting on the shelf that fits back in there, we're probably looking at somewhere around a 40-week lead time to get one if they have to make one.
40 weeks?
Yeah.
So 3/4 of a year almost.
Yeah, and then it's got to go back to the engine builder, get rebalanced and everything else. So there's a good chance that it's over a year before we see that boat running again, unfortunately.
Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and it's not exactly a cheap part either.
Okay, so you've spent the day out here watching the race. Why don't you give us kind of an over and under on the super boats? What do you think?
Oh, that's a hard one to pick. Obviously, Burt Roberts is running really hard right now. And this is always a hard one to vote against when we're here at Webb Slough. I know Eric Warner, he likes to play the Fox game, so he's holding back. I can almost guarantee that right now. He's going to come and unleash something, whether it's in the 8 or the 4 cut, I'm not sure yet, but we'll see him go a lot quicker than he has been. Number one, I'm disappointed that I don't get to be in there mixing it up with these guys because I think it'd be a lot of fun. But watching that unlimited class along with everybody else, this has been an amazing day of racing as long as Mother Nature has been playing her cards correctly.
And fortunately, at least we've got some blue sky, more than we've had for quite a while today, and some sunshine out there. So hopefully we're
knock
not
on wood, she continues to behave at this point going forward.
400 class has also been pretty interesting.
It has been. I've been working on one of the boats that I helped build down there, and we'll see how it plays out going forward.
Which boat?
Well, I actually built the hull that Larry's driving right now. Unfortunately, he's been having some engine issues, and we've been trying to work through that, but we just didn't get him ironed out quick enough to get him into the 8 cut.
Okay, so that would be Larry Steele and Guano Loco.
Yeah, that's a carbon copy of the Slipstream hole, which is the one that I drive. Dennis drives it.
Yeah.
The Slippery Pickle is a Slipstream hull. There's several of us out here driving them, and they're really good hulls. So last year we fought with a weight balance issue. I think we've got that corrected now, and now it's just getting everything else ironed out, and I think that'll be a quick boat.
Yeah, it looks like, just taking a glance here at the sheet, looks like Larry's probably going to make it into the 8 cut. So
Sweet.
we may get to see him out here again. I'm glancing at the thing, and that's what it kind of looks like to me that he will. And in the modifieds, got any favorites in there?
That's a hard one, obviously, because I'm associated with the Slipstream guys. I'm pulling for the Slippery Pickle. But Jason Christ and Samantha Christ, those guys are awesome guys, and they're super fast. They're going to be a tough one to beat, along with the Checkmate boat. Those guys have been super consistent and super quick the last couple years. I think all 3 fields, I don't think it matters where you look. There's a lot of good, tight racing going on, and I think it's awesome being on this side of the stands. It's just different for me.
Yeah, not being able to be out there. Would love to see the Ford out there. Do you have at least a booth down there where people can pick up a T-shirt?
No, I didn't bring anything down here this to go around.
Oh, man. Oh, boy.
We're working on trying to drum up some sponsors to help get us going for next year maybe, and just see what it takes to get the boat put back together, because when it hooks up and runs, man, that thing is fast down the straightaways. It hooks hard in the turns. It drives beautifully. It's going to be a super fast boat if I can ever get it dialed in correctly.
Well, I wish I was able to say, hey, I can't wait to see you get the thing back in the water in August, but it doesn't sound like that's going to happen. Maybe next August of 2025.
Yeah, that's probably a more realistic goal at this point. It's going to be a tough one to come back from, that's for sure.
All right. Well, Robert, good to see you up here in the booth. Wish I was watching you race. You always put on a great race here. This is you've said this a number of times, your favorite track, and wish you were out there on it.
Absolutely.
All right. Thanks for coming up to the booth. Robert Cox, boat 049. If you are a longtime fan and a longtime race watcher here at Webb Slough, you've seen Robert out here race a number of times and win a number of times at Webb Slough in the only Ford-powered boat. So hopefully next year we will see him back out here. So right now we're just waiting for what our 8 cut is going to look like, which will be coming up. Again, the 8 cut, the way that it works is they take a look at each boat's fastest time, assuming they have one. Each boat's fastest time, and that's what they're judged on. So it will be the 8 fastest boats out of each class. The slowest of the 8 will come out first. The fastest of the 8th will come out last. And that is how that is set up. I can tell you a couple of boats that I know are going to make it in the unlimited or the modified class. Boat 86, the Juggernaut, they've been running the fastest times pretty much all day long. That is Jason and Samantha Christ in the Juggernaut. They had the fastest time in the class at a 40.775, so we know they're going to be the last boat that you see out there in the modifieds in the 8 cut. Also coming in, just running good times pretty much all day long would be boat 55 Checkmate. Their fastest was a 41.512. We've got the Slippery Pickle, which had a 41.743. And also 208, the Jolly Rogers boat, with a fast time of 42.363. So those 4 boats, indeed, you are going to see here coming up in the 8 cut. In the 400s, literally the 3 fastest boats pretty much on the course all day are the first 3 boats we've seen out. Boat 27, Preventing Insanity, with Leighton Lilly and Cody Holzer. Boat 22 with Phil Miller, the Punisher boat, Phil Miller and Samantha Hughes. Pure Insanity, boat 285, River Rogers and Cole Keats. They saved their best until literally the last run, throwing down the fastest time in the class with 36.637. Also in the running would have to be Fat Buddy Jesse Miller in boat 09. He had a 40.503 in his last qualifying run. And Jolly Rogers 360, Chris Farmer had a 44.895. So all of those boats will, of course, make it into the 8 cut. So only 2 boats out of the Unlimiteds won't make it into the 8 cut, and that would be boat 99M, because all day long they've just, well, they DNF'd in Q2, 3, and 4 and weren't able to start in Q1, so they're self-eliminated. And then Jolly Rogers 556, Dustin Springer and Don Davis, they had a DNF in their first run, and they scratched everything after that. So we are going to see all of the unlimited class, with the exception of 99M and 556, make it into the unlimited 8 cut. So a good day of racing still coming, taking probably about another 5 minutes, I would imagine, right now, as our timers up there, they're the ones that have to go through and collate this and then put everything in order, and the order that they're going to come out. So they have to go through everything. Quite a few times to go through, quite a few to look at. And then we'll be back to racing here at Webb Slough. I want to remind you that we're going to have breakfast tomorrow morning. It's going to be down there at the Souvenir booth. The St. John Youth Sports Group is going to be doing a pancake breakfast tomorrow morning starting at 8 o'clock. All the money that the kids are earning are going to go for their tournaments and equipment and uniforms for basketball and volleyball, swim, baseball, flag football. Breakfast is going to start at 8 a.m. sharp. So if you're out there partying tonight, you say tomorrow morning, I really don't want to make anything, just go over there, help the kids out, have yourself some pancakes. You'll be a better person for it. It will purify your soul for the sins you committed the night before. I didn't see this, but down there in the retail vendor row, we have Eva's 3D toy printing. I don't know what kind of toys, but they're down there. Do you have any ideas what they make?
Yeah, actually, they've got some pretty cool stuff. My kids have some of their dragons. They've got some stuff like that down there. The kids love them.
So Eva's 3D toy printing down there. Also, stop by Ruck for the Fallen. They're doing a fundraiser for wounded veterans. They give them a lot of chances to get out there and experience things in life and support them as, they went out there and gave their all and paid for it in a lot of ways with their health, helping the wounded veterans out. That is Ruck for the Fallen. Our 8 cut brought to you by All Sport. All Sport, whether get an Indian. I'm just telling you, you're a motorcycle guy, motorcycle gal, go get yourself an Indian. The Chiefs are cool, but I love the Scouts, particularly the Super Scout, 100 horsepower. It goes fast, and it looks cool. They've got the Indians, but they've also got Yamaha, Honda. Also, they've got KTM on-road and off-road bikes. Just got those. They've got the showroom out there on I-90 at Barker Road. So go check them out. And that is All Sport, serving Spokane and Coeur d'Alene, right there from Liberty Lake, Washington, I-90 off Barker Road. Also, your racing brought to you by D&J Farm Supply. They're a proud sponsor of Webb Sloughs. They're your largest independent dealer in the Northwest for agricultural tracks. They've got all sorts of farm needs, whether you need mid-rollers, drive wheels, idler wheels, new or used tracks, you'll get them. It's locally owned and operated, D&J Farm Supply. Also, Inland Empire Milling Company, your family-owned grain, seed, and feed business. They've been at it for over a century, serving local farmers, ranchers, and the ag industry in general, meeting the needs as well of international buyers around the globe. They're helping to bring racing here to Webb Slough. And also a thank you to Gateway Materials and Trailers, your one-stop anything metal shop. If you're looking for CNC cutting and fabrication, you need it done in steel, aluminum, or stainless steel, they'll help you out. They also have a full line of trailers, goosenecks. They've got you covered. Locally owned and operated in Lewiston, Idaho for over 50 years. So what we're waiting for right now is going to be the rundown of the 8-cut. We're getting into the money rounds where you go fast or go home. Fastest 8 boats out of each class are going to make it in. 4 of them will be eliminated and make it into the 4-cut. Again, all based on time. Those 4 boats will race against each other, and the 2 fastest will be in the finals. And we'll find out who gets to take the checkered flag for a ride in each of the 4 classes. So plenty of racing yet to come here at Webb Slough. One of the folks that is out here racing, and we will see on the unlimited class, is a guy that was a former national champion and then took about 14 years off. We were seeing his son racing in the 400 class, Rivers, who's 19 years old. Currently, he's got the fastest time in the class through the qualifiers. And his father, you've been watching race in the unlimited class. And that is Ryan Rogers. Ryan Rogers driving the Pure Insanity boat. He was a former national champion, and it's great to see him back in a boat again after a long hiatus. We had a chance to talk to him yesterday at the Show and Shine and talk to him about coming back to racing. All right, one of the teams you're going to be seeing out here, of course, is Pure Insanity, and one of the Pure Insanity folks is with me right now. And Ryan, you used to race these things a long time ago.
A long time ago, yeah. In 1999, was the last time we raced this jet sprint boat, and you know, just the last year, our son River got back into jet sprinting with his friend Leighton, and so we, you know, supported them the last couple of years, and then this weekend we just have this LS boat, and we're gonna see if we can knock the rust off and go out and have some fun and do just more pretty low key, just go have some fun this weekend and race this LS boat in unlimited class.
I love how you say it's going to be low key. I'm in the unlimited class.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
Okay.
we don't have an LS class yet in the U.S., so we got to put it in the unlimited class. But it should be a lot of fun, and you know, you know, we've followed the boys around the last 2 years, and we love St. John, and they have such an amazing track, and so we were just like, we're gonna race this weekend, and we went and tested last weekend over at the other track on their test and tune day, and River got to ride in the other seat, the silly seat, so he got to be in the passenger seat for the weekend, and it was super fun.
Technology in these boats has changed quite a bit since you raced, hasn't it?
It has a ton, yeah. And my ability's probably less than, you know, deteriorated, and the technology of the boats got better, but no, we're definitely got a lot to catch up on.
Obviously, you're having fun at this. I mean, it's a family thing.
Oh, it's a family thing. You know, my wife, my River sisters, both of them are here. My dad's here to support it. It's an awesome family sport and a lot of fun, and they get to participate because it's all on a closed course, and it's not like riverboat racing where we go up and down the river and they see us for 2 seconds and then we're gone for the rest of the day. So I think it's a much better spectator sport, better family sport, and I think it's going to be a great weekend and just have some fun.
How did your son get involved in it?
Well, you know, we raced years ago, and then Leighton Lilly, one of my best friends, a couple years ago decided he was going to do this deal, and so we went and supported him, and then it was just kind of a natural for River to get involved, and so we got a good friend of mine, Peter Coey from New Zealand, builds the boats, and so we got an older used boat for him to learn last year in, and it worked out really, really well for him, and he had lots of fun, and then got an opportunity to go drive a boat in New Zealand this winter and race their New Zealand championship, and so I think we're pretty hooked now.
Okay, you went down to New Zealand and raced, and you think you're hooked.
Yeah, we're pretty hooked.
Okay, all right, let's call it what it is. Well, welcome back to Sprint Boat Racing, Ryan.
Yeah, well, thanks so much. We're super excited about the weekend, and we've got a heck of a turnout downtown. St. John, they do an amazing job, and Webb, Slough, Matt and his family. It's pretty amazing, this little town of St. John. This many boats turn up, and this many people, campers, and the attendance is just unreal.
And that, Ryan Rogers in Pure Insanity in the Unlimited Class 285. Going back to 1999, some 25 years ago, Ryan actually won the 1999 World Championships in Australia and New Zealand. Right now, he's, besides driving sprint boats, he's also racing in the Jet Boat Marathon Racing Series, which, if you're not familiar with it, is pretty insane. They're jet boats that are built like tanks. They're quite a bit longer. They're really fast, and what they're designed to do is to be able to race in rapids, and I'm talking about big Class 5 rollers. They race on the Salmon River. I know they race on the Hoopa down in California, which has got some nasty rollers on it, and a few other places. And St. Joe out of St. Mary's, I guess, in the springtime they race up there too. It is it's not a terribly spectator-friendly race unless you're on the exact perfect spot on a river, because it is on a river, so you know, they go by and you don't see them anymore. The rules are really kind of interesting too. The way that they start is they go out individually a minute apart and race, and it's pretty dangerous racing. There have been, unfortunately, a number of fatalities involved in that type of jet boat racing. A number of boats have been sunk down to the bottom of rivers, and trying to get, imagine, I mean, it's one thing if a boat sinks out here, the water's 3 feet deep. Imagine if your boat sinks in rollers on the Salmon River. Good luck. Have fun getting the boat back out. Yeah. So, but that's one of the things that he likes racing in as well. So I can tell you right now, I'm going to give you a rundown of the order of the boats. I know that we're getting ready to get the boats loaded on the Jeeps. So in the modified class, first boat out is going to be Bad Idea, boat 509. They're going to be followed by boat 666, Way She Goes. Third boat out will be 154B, that is Purcell Racing. Then boat 145, that is boat 145, Poor Decisions. Then boat 208, which is Jolly Rogers, TJ Burrows, and Keith Brownsberger. Followed by boat 611, the Slippery Pickle. Second to last out, boat 55, Checkmate. And then the last boat out, fastest boat in the class so far today, the Juggernaut boat, boat 86. In the 400s, boat 85 will be out first, Knuckin' Futz, the newbie. Followed by boat number 12, Bank Shot. Then boat 711, Hooligan. Boat 360, Jolly Rogers. Boat 09, that is Fat Buddy. Boat 27, Preventing Insanity. Boat 22, the Punisher boat. And then boat 285, Pure Insanity. driven by the youngest driver on the course today, River Rogers. Then in our unlimited class, boat 02M Livewire will be the first boat out. 66M then, TNT Racing. Boat 285U, we've been talking about Ryan, as a matter of fact, Ryan Rogers in Pure Insanity. Boat 33M, the Bootleggers. Boat 151M, Psycho Racing. Boat 69, Overkill. Boat 33M, that's the Bootleggers boat. So boat 69 is Overkill. It'll be third to last. 33M B, which is Eric Werner driving the Bootlegger boat. And then 96, which is Stars and Stripes with Burt Roberts in the driver's seat. So as they come out, we'll give you the numbers, the name of the boat, the driver, the navigator, so you can keep track on your program. I want to thank everybody for coming out, and the rotation will remain the same rotation they're going to be driving. So I see the safety crews getting themselves back into position, and a few of the boats getting ready to start things off. We'll start off again with a modified class, and again the first boat out in the modifieds is going to be boat 509, that is Bad Idea, followed by boat 666, Way She Goes, and then 154B, which is Purcell Racing with James Goldberg and Margaret Purcell. So that's how things are going to shape up. So those 8 boats will square off. The 4 fastest make it into the four-cut. In the four-cut, the 2 fastest boats will make it out and will race in the finals. So still some great racing to come. It's go fast or go home. The money rounds on the way here at Webb Slough. I want to remind you again, our next race is going to be out here coming up on August 24th at Webb Slough. It's always the weekend before Labor Day, just like our first race of the season is always the Saturday prior to Father's Day. And with luck, we'll have a brand new VIP section that'll be set up at the top of the hill. They're going to be working on when you come out here in August. If you're interested, by the way, go down to the Souvenir booth and find out how maybe, you know, you can have your own VIP space. By the way, racing will be coming up as well on the other side of the state. If you live over in the Olympic Peninsula, ASB racing will be happening in Port Angeles coming up at the end of July on the 27th and 28th. All right. Boat 509. Eric Petring, the driver. Karen Mesa, the navigator. His best run today was a 49.204. All right, we're ready to race. Eric Petring off the trailer. And our first run in the 8 cuts about to begin. All right, the track is hot. And he's off. Again, same rotation. They've been running all day long. One of the things that makes this a little bit of a challenge is that these channels do change throughout the day. Water level, some of the islands get scoured, as you can see, particularly going through the center of the track. And it does sort of change the track. They get kind of undercut. So far, Eric Petrin staying on track, and it's good. 48.63. .633. So boat 666. That was Eric Petring's, by the way, best run today, 48.633. Jeremy Sousa, Jesse Law, and boat 666. Last race in August of last year, Jeremy came very close to the podium, taking 4th in that particular race. And he gets it done, a 45.82. .826. A little bit off of his best time, which was a 45.25. As 154B, Purcell Racing, James Goldberg, the driver. And I believe it's his aunt, Margaret Purcell, who is sitting next to him in the boat. His best was a 43.87. It's good. 43.36. That would make it his best run today, 43.36. So officially for 154, 43.361. 145, and poor decisions. Jason Perkins, Kyle Bells. last year, last August. They came in second in the modified class. Cavitation again, pulling up air and water as opposed to just water. You hear the engine rev and the back end of the boat kind of drop down and slows. All right, coming through the chicane, kind of wide, almost lost it, hung on to it. And it's good. .81. We'll get it down to the thousandths in a second. 42.817. So that would be his best run today by about half a second. So boat 208. 208, Jolly Rogers, TJ Burrows, Keith Brownsberger. Their hot slap was 42.363. And it's good. .92. So all of a sudden, he shaves off well over a second from his previous fast run. And if you look at the times on the day, if we just look at the qualifying runs, that would put him at the second fastest run in the modifieds today. So 208 coming on here in the 8 cut. Our best time in the class all day long was 40.77. So boat 208 coming on as boat 611 gets ready to take the track. The Slippery Pickle greased up and ready to go. Jesse Denton and Terry Lamb. Their previous best was 41.74. And here comes the pickle. Oh! No! Nope. Nope, that Slippery Pickle not sliding out of that. So that would be a DNF, and he's gone. All right, so boat 509 at this point has been officially eliminated. So with 5 boats out, the slowest of the 4 is going to be 509 with a 48.633. So Eric Petring has been officially eliminated. So right now on the bubble is Jeremy Souza, And Jessie Law in boat 666, way she goes. Anything better than a 45.826, and they're eliminated. And we've got 2 boats to go. Boat 611, self-elimination just now. The Slippery Pickle slides out. And their day of racing over with. So Jeremy Sousa on the bubble in boat 666. Boat 55 will be on the way. That's Frank and Kelly Toftmark and Shuckmate. So the Slippery Pickle makes it out under its own power as boat 55 gets warmed up. So right now, waiting for Slippery Pickle to get to the safe spot there between the finish and start pool and the little channel there. And boat 55 gets ready to roll. Again, boat 666 on the bubble. Anything better than a 45.826, and their day of racing is done. Smooth run so far. Little wide, but not a problem. And just a couple more turns, and they're going to get it good, and they do. Clean run, 41.51. $41.511. So boat 666 eliminated. $41.511. And in their previous run, they had a 41.512. So running 1,000th of a second faster. Now on the bubble, boat 154B. Anything better than a 43.361, they're out. And the fastest boat sure had been today. Boat 86, Juggernaut. They had been running the fastest times through the qualifiers. Their best time, though, was beaten a little while ago, a moment ago, by boat 208. Jason and Samantha Christ get it done. It's clean, and they get their fastest run today at a 40.80. 40.809, the fastest boat in the modified so far today. Barely squeaking by boat 208. So 0.12 of a second separating boat 208 and boat 86. So boat 154B, Purcell Racing, eliminated. 145, boat 145, boat 208, boat 55, boat 86. Boat 85 on the way out in the 400 class at this point. This is Knuckin' Futz. Oh, and they knucked up. So, Knuckin' Futz, done for the day. Brad Castle and Dakota Hembach in boat 85 with the DNF. They are out. All right, so we will see in this particular order in the modifieds. When they get into the four-cut, it will be boat 145, boat 55, boat 208, and boat 86. That will be your four-cut. So boat 145 will be the first out in the modifieds when we get into the four-cut. Boat 1-2 on the way. Bank shot, Daryl Healy, Michael Ostrom. Probably the longest continuous racer in sprint boat racing. Daryl Healy, longest at least here in the U.S. Been racing for close to 30 years. Cavitation there. This has been one of his smoother runs today. Pretty much sticking to a nice line. And pulls a 44.37. And that is his best run today by about 3 seconds. 44.37. Almost 3.5 seconds faster than his previous best run, which was in the third qualifier. So Darrell bringing it on. And boat 711, the Hooligan, Jesse Hart and Michelle Heindel on the way. Their best run was back in the third qualifier. They had a 46.541. That is the old Screaming Eagle.
it's good. .90. 43.902. His best run by a long shot, 43.902. His best up to that point, and I didn't figure that probably there was anything left in the boat, was a 46.51. So he had more, and he brought it as boat 360. Jolly Rogers, Chris Farmer, Jennifer Farmer. They had one clean run. That was back in the third qualifier. They scratched in the first. 4.895 was the only clean run. They're on their way to the fastest run of the day for them. Congratulations with a 41.01. A 41.01. So shaving about 3.7 seconds off of their only clean run of the day, which was a 44.89. So they're right there in the running. 85 eliminated itself in the first run. That was Nuck and Futz. 09 on the way. Fat Buddy from Canada, Jesse and Kaylin Miller. 40.503 was what they're able to call their best. His dad, Phil Miller, and the Punisher. Only two Canadian Canadian boats running today. Jesse putting in a solid run. Nicely done. 40.01. So 40.014. Shaved off 0.4 of a second. Bring his best run. On the bubble is boat 12. And that would be Bank Shot, Daryl Healy and Michael Ostrom. Anything better than a 44.37, and they are eliminated for the day. So they sit there and wait to see how boat 27 fares. Boat 27 is Preventing Insanity, Leighton Lilly and Cody Holzer. Now they've had some good runs today. Their best was a 37.56. Leighton, very competitive.
This boat just hooks up so nice. Can't get much better than that in terms of the line, and a great run at 37.24. .242, which would make it his best run on the day, and eliminated is boat 12, Bank Shot. On the bubble now then would be boat 711, Hooligan, with Jesse Hart and Michelle Heindel. So anything better than a 43.902 will eliminate boat 711, and boat 22 definitely could do it. That is Phil Miller, Samantha Hughes in the Punisher. They laid down a 37.117. Speaking of boats that hook up in the corners, it looks like it's on a rail. That would be the Punisher. Interesting to watch the differences between Phil Miller and Leighton Lilly, who just ran, and it's good. 37.31. Most of the difference is coming out of that 7 turn in 7 into 8, with Leighton coming in tighter from that turn from 7 into 8 and into 9, with Phil a little bit wider, more down the center of the channel. And boat 285, he's got a completely different approach in the 7, 8, and 9. If you watch him come out of the 7 channel into the 8, right there by the spin-out pool, he hangs it really wide on there, almost never going straight down 8. It's almost like it's part of a circular arc that he takes as he goes through 8, 9, and 1. Okay, watch, he goes way wide here. And when he comes back down around again, he'll do it the same way, wide on it. No jostles, nice move, way wide, and then in. Man, he makes that. That is such a nice line on that corner. And everybody's looking for a way to shave off a 1/10 of a second, and that's his way. And it's good. 37.98. .985. So eliminated is boat 711 and boat 360 Jolly Rogers. So boat 09, boat 27, boat 22, and boat 285 all making it in to the 4 cut. So boat 09 will come out first in the 400 class in the 4 cut, followed by boat 285, followed then by boat 22, and then boat 27. So in that particular round, Leighton Lilly putting down the best time. And that brings us to the unlimited class. And the first boat out will be 02 Live Wire with Von Trapp and Matt Denson doing the honors. I'm kind of interested to see how hard Vaughn pushes it. Sitting there in the 8th spot. See how hard he gets on the throttle here coming down the straightaway. And I'm not sure whether the boat has really much water. The hull on that boat is an older one, and it is a tank. And he gets it clean. 47.31. So he's really off his fastest times by almost a second. He had a 46.2 and a 46.4. With boat 66M ready to roll. And that is 46MA, or, if you will, bootleggers Ron Gallagher and Josh Reynolds. Their best was a 39.415. The boat definitely has more in it, as we've seen Eric Werner. See how far Ron Gallagher gets in. Kind of looks like he's holding back a little bit. Cavitation there, got a big jump. Gets it done. 45.72. So definitely not his best run today. 4.5723. Yeah, that actually is his slowest run on the day. And I think being a new boat, he's getting used to it. Trying to keep it on track as boat 285U, and that is Ryan Rogers and Cody Bristolin in Pure Insanity. And that is a DNF. So he was taking the wide line on it and just a little too wide, clips the bank, and that's it. So going back to boat 66M. By the way, 66M actually was TNT Racing Dylan Cummings. I kept saying bootlegger. That is actually was TNT Racing in 66M. That was the second boat out. So my apologies to both Dylan and Ron Gallagher. Somebody fire the damned announcer. Who is that guy? Slap him upside the head. I'll try to get him started and out. Now comes 33M Bootleggers with Ron Gallagher and Josh Reynolds. So boat 33A $39.415 was Ron's best run in the new boat. Steers. And another DNF in the same spot. One of the things about, like, for instance, these boats where they really hook up tight is that their steering is so precise in these things, and it's interesting watching the difference in the way that they steer. And in a tighter boat like these that are on a rail, you oversteer it all and you're going to go where you don't want to. And just a little bit of oversteering is going to put you there. Whereas another boat where it's looser, you can be more aggressive on the steering wheel. These tight boats, they're finesse. And Tugboat Timmy makes his way out. Tugboat Timmy for the first time in the 8 cut today. Give it up for Tugboat Timmy! Yes, he's won the hearts and minds of the Palouse. So 2 self-eliminations so far. Boat 285U, boat 33MA. Hopefully nothing was done to damage anything in the boat on that last wreck, and we will see it again with Eric Werner driving. Psycho Racing, 151 on the way. 38.27 was Kyle Patrick's last run, which was his best on the day. Kyle, an electrician out of the Albany area, Albany, Oregon area, over there by OSU. Long Oregon State University, former member of the Pac-12 when there was one. They, of course, in Washington State, the last 2 teams left, or were, in the Pac-12. Nice job there, Pac-12. So tugboat Timmy gets it out and then helps push it up on the trailer. All right, fingers crossed that we do get to see 33 again come out and that there was no damage to the boat, damage to the engine. As boat 151M sits on the trailer, getting a little warmed up. And it looks like they're ready to unhook it. All right, 151 comes off the trailer. I'm interested to see. I have a feeling that 151 has quite a bit more. I know it does, that we haven't seen. 1,500 horsepower. Oh yeah. I think Kyle's getting into it a little deeper on the throttle. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. Wow. So he took the long way around. 38.169. So at this point, mathematically, there is no way that Kyle won't be in it. With 2 DNFs and 2 boats 45 seconds and above, and only 3 boats left, Kyle Patrick automatically makes the 4 cut. And that brings us to boat 69. Here comes Overkill. Ooh, cavitation and kind of wide on that corner. That boat just sounds and looks so nasty. Go through the chicane. Here we go. Here he comes. It's good. 37.35. $37.359, and that leaves Livewire on the bubble. So anything better than a 37.310, and unfortunately, Von Trapp and the Livewire is out of it. So Kyle Patrick and Chris Bowman with a 38.169, followed by 69. Dennis Hughes, Samantha Hughes in Overkill with a 37.359. 33MB, Eric Werner now in the driver's seat. Navy pilot, fighter pilot, naval aviator. that boat like he stole it. Well, he sort of did. He's driving it like he borrowed it. And that can sometimes even be worse. Oh, gosh. You got to run there. 37.87. .871. Boat 02 live wire out of it. Eliminated on the bubble. Boat 66M. And that is Dylan Cummings and Mike McEnany in TNT Racing Boat 66M with Boat 96M on the way. Stars and Stripes, Burt Roberts, Luke Stewart. Their fastest run today, 162. And a sweet run so far for Burt. He's also one of those that comes in wide in that series of corners, goes through the chicanes, nicely done. Wow, very little bobbles going on here. He's just all over it. And good. Oh, yeah. Yeah. 36.41. 36.417. His best was still a 36162 in the Q4. Eliminated is boat 66M, TNT Racing. So we're going to see coming out in the .151, followed by boat 33M, B, followed by 69, and then 96M. So, our next boat out, we're going back to the modifieds. 145 on the way. This is the four cut. The two fastest boats out of the four make it into the finals. Wide. That could have been worse. Okay, the run is clean and we will wait for a time. So we will wait for a time. Run looked good. All right, so we have a little bit of a... Okay. Okay. All right, so we have an issue here that I've never seen before. We have no official time for that run. So at this point, there's a few questions, but we have no official time on that particular run, which what I'm being told now by the officials means that he'll have to run that again, which the question is he going to have to put some more fuel in at this point? So they're going to run the last boat again, which is boat 145. We may have to get some fuel in it. All right, so they are going to allow him to refuel. Most of the boats only carry as much fuel as they need to make the round and a little bit just in case they have to idle longer because something goes wrong on the field. So we're going to have to refuel that boat, and then he is going to run again. Timing is working on their stuff so that we don't have that situation happen again. This is an entirely new timing system, an entirely new start and end beam. When I say beams, they're electric eyes. And apparently it locked up. And so now we're going to make sure that timing has a chance to reboot and reset everything, and boat 145 will get another run at it. So right now they're pulling out. They're going to have to go back down to the pit and pit area to refuel. So obviously that's going to put a lot of pressure on the driver. You've got the extra wear and tear on the boat, although 145 has been running absolutely fine all day long. And 145 poor decisions will come out again. And they are headed back to the pit. And I'm not even sure at this point that they have been told what exactly happened there. I think they have. So the navigator's already hopped out of 145, running back to the pit. And that's racing. Weird things happen. So Kyle Bell's bailed out of the boat. First thing. And he's making a mad dash back into their pit. Apparently to help with the refueling as we wait for 145 to make it out again. So weird set of circumstances with a new system. And so our modified forecut will begin shortly. Wilbur Ellis is proud to support Webb Slough. They've been out here doing the premier agricultural products and services. So Wilbur Ellis network of local experts can deliver innovative solutions for every grower. They're family owned. 98 years they've been doing this. Wilbur Ellis knows how to put the customer needs first. You can reach out to your local branch today. Wilbur Ellis is ideas to grow with. And we'll wait for 145 to get refueled. And we're going to bring them out in the same order that they were supposed to in the forecut, with 145 first, 55 second, 208 third boat out, and then 86. Also, Zeppo's Bowling and Mr. Z's Casino bring you racing here at Webb Slough for family fun and entertainment in Pullman, Washington. Great. Well, I just got word that 145, for whatever reason, we're not sure why, or I'm not, is done for the day. So, looking at the camera down there in the pit, yeah, everybody's out of the boat. They're stripping off their gear. Oh no, they've got a hole in the oil pan. Bummer. So, unfortunately, a DNS. See, this is why God invented Gorilla Tape. That's how you fix that stuff. Well, 55, so the 4-cut becomes a 3-cut. And boat 611, or boat 55, pardon me, will come out next. Checkmate, Frank Toftmark and Kelly Toftmark. All right, checking in with the beer garden. You guys okay over there? All right, checking in with VIP terrace. You guys okay up there? Checking in with everybody else. You doing okay? And I heard a couple of people say, no, I'm not in the beer garden. 55. The Toftmarks. Checkmate. And they're throwing it down. It's good. $41.14. And that is their best run today, 41.144 for boat 55. And they're really bringing it on. Boat 208. 208's last run was a 40.92. A DNF. Okay. This has been a very weird round. So a DNF, which means a boat 55 will make it into the finals. And now we wait to see what happens with boat 86. So boat 86, the Juggernaut. Their last run of 40.809. So we know what our final is going to be. A clean run. 40.85. .851. All right, your finals will be between boat 55 and boat 86. And you just kind of saw almost a kind of final. So they will face off for one final run coming up in the finals and the modifieds. Now we get to the 400 class. Boat 09 on the way. Part of the Fat Boat. 2 Canadian boats. It's good. 40.40. .408 for boat 09. And it brings us to boat 285. 285 in the 400 class. Pure Insanity, 19-year-old River Rogers at the wheel. Navigator. Changed his lineup just a little bit there. And good. Great run. .37.12. 37.123. So that is the fastest run here in the, well, since the 8 cut started. Fastest run in the 400s, 37.123. And his fastest run today. No, I take that back. Yeah, that is his. No, he had a 36.6 earlier. So 37.123 for boat 27. As boat 22, Punisher. Will Miller, Samantha Hughes. It's good. 37.15. $37.153 for boat 22 Punisher. 3/hundredths of a second separating boat 285 and boat 22 in their last runs. 3/100ths of a second. 37.123 versus 37.153. So boat 09, unfortunately, eliminated on the bubble. Boat 22 as boat 27, preventing insanity, anything better than a 37.153, and Phil Miller is eliminated. Tight racing. Oh! That is that. That was a hard bash. Hard to the side, hard on the bottom. That was gnarly. Everybody inside's okay. They're going to get it back into the water. And it was one of those things where it just, when it started going wrong, he started pinballing, and that was it. So, our finals. Tugboat Timmy to the rescue. Timmy! When it needs to be tugged, Timmy's there. So Leighton Lilly and Cody Holzer out. Our final in the 400 class will be between two boats, and then their last runs were separated by 3/100ths of a second. Boat 285, River Rogers and Cole Keats in Pure Insanity will be taking on the Punisher. Boat 22, Phil Miller and Samantha Hughes. So a great final on the way there. And we still have our unlimited class to go in the forecut, with 151M out first. They'll be followed by 33B, then boat 69 and boat 96M. And our finals set up to go in the modifieds between boat 55, Checkmate, Frank and Kelly Toftmark, taking on boat 86, the Juggernaut. Two husband and wife teams battling it out. Jason Christ and Samantha Christ, and Frank and Kelly Toftmark. So a duel between couples, 55 and 86. That'll be in our modified class. Once we get Leighton back on the trailer, the Unlimiteds will take the field. Our forecut in the Unlimited is brought to you by Peters and Keats Equipment. Peters and Keats are your local family-owned heavy equipment truck and trailer rental and sales company. Proud new sponsor this year at Webb, Slough. Help provide the water truck that keeps the dust down in the camping areas. Discover the difference with Peters and Keats. 151M on the way. By the way, racing brought to you by Odom. They're the ones that are providing the Coors Light over in the beer garden. Make sure you drink responsibly. 151 is off. It's good. 38 seconds. So there will be a thousandth there, but the timing light doesn't go up that high. 38. 38.003. That would be Kyle's fastest time on the course today. 3.8003. And that brings us to boat 69. Boat 69, the overkill boat. His best run was back in the Q2, where he was able to put in a 36.895. Since that point, he hasn't been able to match that. Running in the 37-second range. Pardon me, 33 MB. 33 MB and 33B. Eric Warner in the driver's seat. And he's scooting. I like Eric's lines. Man, no wasted movements, jiggling anything. He has got his line and he is on a rail. Yes! 35.94. Yeah, that's 35.941. That is your fastest run today. Fastest run on the day. Right there. Now, boat 69. The overkill boat, Dennis and Samantha Hughes. So Dennis has got to let it all hang out here. And he definitely is. And he's running incredibly smooth. And this is going to be a hot run. it's good. 36.48. .48. That is his fastest run today. 36.481. So boat 151M is eliminated. On the bubble, boat 69, Dennis and Samantha Hughes. As boat 96M, Stars and Stripes, Burt Roberts and Luke Stewart. And they're dogging it. Great run so far. And good. 35.94. If that time sounds familiar, we'll wait for the thousandths. 35.947. 6 thousandths of a second. And Dennis Hughes eliminated. Boat 33MB had a 35.941 and boat 96M a 35.947. 6 thousandths of a second separating the two. Your final will be between 33B and 96 in the unlimited class. So congratulations to Dennis Hughes, who picks up third. Third in the 400s, of course, to boat 09. And boat 55 is on the water in the modifieds. Boat 55, checkmate. Frank and Kelly Toftmark. All good and clean, 40.85. $40.855. The last run for boat 86 that's coming out now was 40.851. So the time, again, 40.855 for boat 55 with Juggernaut from Burley, Idaho. Another husband and wife team. Two finals left to go in the 400 and the Unlimiteds. 40.45. And they are your champions. Congratulations to the Juggernauts, Jason and Samantha Christ. Nicking them by about 0.4 of a second. So 40.453, the checkered flag will go to the Juggernauts, and they get to take the victory lap. Congratulations to Jason and Samantha. Give it up for them. So, your first champion of the day. And boat 2-2 on the water. So boat 22. Phil Miller, the Punisher. And it's good, 36.95. $36.959. All right. So here comes the kid. River Rogers, 285, pure insanity. Now he had in the fourth qualifier a 36.637, which was his fastest run. So he can definitely bring it in under 37. Some cavitation up there towards the top. And 36.31, he did it. 36.313. And it was his fastest run of the day that did it. Congratulations going out to River Rogers and Cole Keats in pure insanity. They are your 400 class champions here at Webb Slough, and they will take the checkered flag for a ride. One more final left to go. Congratulations going out to River. Team Pure Insanity. Nicely done. So because the way the rules are set, boat 145 in the modified class will take third on the day. Okay, do you want to do it before the emblems come out? And briefly, we have, and by the way, she refers to herself as the janitor. It is Amanda Webb, namesake of Webb Slough, or at least half of the namesakes. Amanda would like to say a few words.
I just want to say thank you to our fans. Thanks for hanging out with us in the rain. You know, when we said the wetter the better, we weren't really talking about the rain, but we'll take it because we're farmers and we pray for rain all year long. So thanks for sticking with us. You guys are the best fans in the entire world. We love you. Our slough crew is so amazing, especially those island hoppers out there soaking wet. We could not do this without all of our slough crew volunteers. Thank you, slough crew. And what a show. Thank you so much to all the boats that have traveled here, their teams, their families that have put on this amazing race today, and our race officials. What a great day at Webb Slough. Thank you, everyone.
And see you tomorrow for breakfast over at the Souvenir Shop. The Youth Sports Group is going to be doing their fundraising pancake thing. And pancakes will be served by Amanda starting at 8. She will be there flipping pancakes. She is a ninja with a spatula. Okay, so we are waiting right now for 99M. In our last run, 6 thousandths of a second separated our first and second place in the four-cut. 6 thousandths of a second. We're looking forward to some good stuff here in the finals. So we got your bootlegger. That will be taking on the Stars and Stripes. Booze versus patriotism. Who wins? Well, what do you think? Did it turn out okay? So first boat out will be the Stars and Stripes with Burt Roberts and Luke Stewart. All day long, they'd been running times. Their fastest in the 36 range, finally bringing it in under 36 in their last run with a 35.947. That spot right there is the one that's kind of decided these races, and he's done all day long, has just taken that switchback so pretty. Such a good line all the way through. All right, now the hard charge home. One turn left, and it's good. 35.71. In case you're keeping track at home, that was your fastest run so far today. 35.71. 35.712. So shaving off 2/10. Yeah. And that will bring us to 33 MB. Eric Werner in the driver's seat. Former F-15 pilot. Pilot for Alaska Airlines after that. Longtime racer. Josh Reynolds, his navigator. Not sure what's going on there. We've got Jolly Roger's teammates crawling in the back of it. All right, we're on a 5-minute clock. Will they or won't they race? They're on a 5-minute clock. Crew members all over inside there. I want to say it has something to do with the jet. We've got 2 crew members looking up the jet into the impellers. They're all working right around that impeller in the back, not only on the outside but also on the inside. Two folks literally almost crawling into the engine cavity. I kind of wonder. It looks like they're working on the linkage. So on the 5-minute clock, what a horrible way to end the day if they couldn't get the thing started and in the water and actually racing. Looks like they're going to try to get it hopefully back in the water. Okay, they're going to try it again. So the bootlegger, 3-3, getting back into the start pool after some frantic work by their pit crew. All right, they've got it started. Our final run of the day. Okay. They're unhitching him. Boat 33M in the water. Eric Werner earlier, who played the interview, talked about how great he thought this setup was, how good it felt. He's in the start channel. Green flag is up and he's on. Oh, something's not right. And he's going to bring it out. DNF. Or did he wave it off? Is that a wave off or is he done? Waiting to get word. Nope, that's it. That is a DNF. Congratulations. Going out to boat 96M, Stars and Stripes, Burt Roberts and Luke Stewart. Mechanical problems with boat 33, the bootlegger boat. Definitely a disappointing way for them to end the day. Want to thank everybody for coming out here. I realize weather-wise it was sketchy, but we do appreciate you coming. I have an idea it's going to be a little bit warmer when we have our next race here coming up on August 24th. Appreciate you all coming out. Make sure that if you've been enjoying some adult beverages, that maybe you give your designated driver a chance to take the wheel. So you get home in one piece. Congratulations again, going out to 96M, Stars and Stripes. Oh, really? You reckon on your victory lap? Dude, how do you do that? Oh, and I can tell they're calling for Timmy. The last appearance, the last boat in the water. Timmy, tugboat Timmy. Wow, what a weird way to end. I guess you call that a victory lap of failure? I don't know. A failed victory lap? A less than stellar victory lap. That works. So Tugboat gets his last chance to shine. Don't forget, tomorrow morning, local athletic club, kids athletic club, we'll be doing the pancake breakfast starting at 8 o'clock. Thanks for everybody for coming out here. We appreciate you making the trip. Wish we could have prevented the weather, but it is what it is. Next race coming up, of course, here, August 24th. If you want to see sprint boat racing on the other side of the state, we'll have ASB racing at the Extreme Sports Park, July 27th and 28th, right there at the end of July. Fun over in the Olympic Peninsula.